Bam, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, bam. Hello. Hello. I might do this standing up today. We'll see. These are the possible readings for you to click the timestamps of to receive. Or to, what's the opposite of receive, but that's not quite view or not quite give? Observe? Yeah, it's like, because that's the output of energy, but it's still. I'm like. I was gonna say, I'm like prancing from side to side. um. Oh yeah, that's the energy. It's like of giving, but only slightly. It's like the energy is looking outward, but it's not actually really directing it outward. It's like you're receiving through something that you're not really in a strong relationship with somehow. Okay, I don't know. This did not intend to become a collective reading at the start, but it has. uh, Piles, and then I think I might do a collective, or I was thinking more just I'll do some sounds, but I'm suddenly in like a what is that? It's like a happy feeling, but it's a bit like it's a feeling of newness, but it's not quite newness. It's just like something you really enjoy, giddy. It's like it's a bit like nervousness, but it's excitable. Yeah, it's excitable, but not like super lively. It's more like a sweet kind of excitable, or like it's like more rounded than that. Okay, so pile selection. Pile number 1 is obsidian of the black kind. Then we have jet. Is there a kind of jet that isn't black? A Vanda. Pile 3 is a large orange. Not just an orange, a large one. Ooh, had more saliva come to my mouth when I picked that orange up. Pile 4 is this Granny Smith apple. Of the green kind. I didn't say that orange is of the orange kind. Oh, remember blood oranges? I love blood oranges. I forgot about them. Okay, there you go. And now away with you. I kind of want to keep them in for like the top, but I don't want to do that. Because I feel like then it's more like reading a timeline. And this is already into the collective message. I feel like there's something about not doing it like the way you see it to be. And now I'm wanting to roll my sleeves up because I'm seeing my holes in my shirt, and I typically like holes, but maybe you're wanting to avoid that, or you're wanting to... Why am I doing that? Something about steadying yourself. And I'm wondering about how how loud my voice is because I'm closer to the phone than usual. There's something about like different to usual, but it doesn't really feel like super different to usual. It's just like maybe the same as usual, but somehow it feels steadier. Some of you can really get into that message too. Some of you might even want to go on like a journeying meditation surrounding that. That's interesting. Usually that kind of toning becomes more sharp. Yeah, this is again the same kind of feeling of like something's steady. And it's not like that sound I made was less significant, but it just didn't have like I heard spiteful impact like it once did. It's sweeter. Easier to comprehend and kind of digest, but I feel like comprehend is more important. Or more like heartfelt, more connected to the truth of you. Or the truth of what you're seeking with something in particular. I'm looking at windows now, but they're looking like they're filled in or like they're darker. I'm not wanting to relate it to the shade, though, it's more about its fullness than its emptiness. I don't think it's comparing it to emptiness either, because the thing I was trying to compare before was, like, say we do the readings like this, and it's like, okay, this is pile 1, and maybe when we get to pile 2 we just like bring it down, but we still have all the piles in shot. I'm not wanting to do that because it feels like it's not allowing for the full presence of that pile to be. It's like less openness. It's more of like a, okay, this is 2, as opposed to making 2 1. Does that make sense? I'm being drawn to my body deck, so we'll use that. I went to say I heard dreams, but I actually read dreams, and I actually didn't read that because it says directions, but I did read it. I heard, like, redid. I redid it. It's interesting. It's like I'm almost wanting to say you change your perspective on something, but while that could relate, I think it's less about perspective because it feels more grounded than that. It's like, even if that's true, I just feel like that wouldn't really fit the situation. Teeth. Okay, I feel like the only important part about that is that this deck, this is a body deck, and it's in like a toothpaste box. So there's something around like how they're telling me to keep it out, okay? And get more. What? Okay. Maybe I was wrong. Is there something about that? Like wondering if you were wrong all along? And interesting, I wanted to say all along, so there could be something that you've like tried for a long time, and now there's like there's an opening surrounding this, and I'm wanting to say it's like, it's not the center of your chest, and it's not like your shoulders either. It's kind of it's like if your heart is the middle point of the V and your shoulders like the I need to know more body parts. I'm just gonna say shoulders are the tops of where my hands are right now, like the tips of the fingers. Then it's like where the thumb is meeting, or it's like here. I heard willingness to concede, and that has some sort of feeling towards confiding also, but it doesn't feel like confiding at all. It feels like more to do with yourself than that. And the thing that I was thinking that this was on about was teeth and the box. I think that was only relevant because I had thought that that's what the message was going to be about, but then I got told something else, and then I realized that that wasn't the truth. I don't even want to say it wasn't the truth, it's just like that's not what was most aligned with you, or that's not what you want moving forwards. I don't know how to explain a certain energy I'm getting from this. It's kind of rounded. And it's still kind of like excited, but also nervous. And there's something about it not being the shadow that's relevant. Seeing something for more of the fullness of what it is. I feel like perhaps you had been like mentally fixated on a particular aspect of this, and your like horizons are broadening. But it's not like that the horizons themselves are broadening, it's more of like the releasing of a particular shadow, because or particular understanding of a shadow, because it's like the shadow is over your viewpoint of the horizon. It's like you were even maybe aware of the extent of the horizon, but not of like not being able to see it. It's like only some of your senses were able to hold the fullness of your own openness to something, or the openness that is something, or just your own openness, your own sense of, I heard extravagance, which is just like something big, something grand, something very, very, very freeing. It's like you weren't able to fully sense it because certain like shadows were over it. Some of you will see that to be more external, but I think for most of you it's that like slight perspective shift. But why do I keep wanting to say it's not really perspective? It's like, yeah, it applies that way, but it's not really. We have temples, so teeth, neck, and temples. Neck is really tripping me up. I even saw like someone standing on someone's neck, which is interesting. It's making me think like that's not like that's not what's supposed to happen. It's not like plainly like that's not a nice thing. It's more of a sense of like it would be more conducive to do something else. It's like something's like for show. This goes a bit with that feeling of shadow. Haha, show, shadow. Does that rhyme? Shadow, show, do, oh. Maybe something about oh. Oh. I don't want to say it's a realization, but maybe some of you do feel like this is talking about a realization of yours. I feel like it's not though. I feel like if it's a realization, it's more someone else's or something else's, like something else being realized. Yeah, but that feeling of like something is just for show. It's like the stepping on the neck. It's like that's not actually to try and shut someone up. I'm thinking like to try and like make someone quiet, it would be better to put your hand over their mouth. But in this case, it's like they went the whole way to just step on their neck. And it's like maybe that kind of got them to stop talking, but that wasn't the point of it. Or maybe they didn't realize that what they thought the point of it wasn't actually what was happening. And some of you, this is you towards yourself. I'm thinking you'll know what this is on about. Maybe it's just the energy flooding through. And even that is something, it feels like flooding through. It's like, that's what temples is making me think of. It's making me think of something that's like been harbored, that has been set free. And it's not just like a trickle coming through, but it's the entirety of it. And it's not just something light, even though it's like it comes through in a very light way. It's like the floodgates. It's something, it's like a potent energy that isn't like, is that not like poison? And I don't mean that in like, it's just that it's not bad, but maybe it's not bad, but it's like there's a sense of it. It's not like tingling with like, whoa, that's a lot. It's not an energy that is like hard to sit in. It's more of like, because this has been like stewing for so long, it's become so mellow. It's something you can just like lay in. I'm seeing like a water, but it's like that water had been still inside like a sacred temple for like eons, and when like the walls of the temple finally break or something, then all the water comes floating out and it flows into like a something. And then I'm seeing people like laying in that, and it's just like miracle juice. But it's more like milk. It's like it's just so soft, so welcoming. Yeah, it's like it almost feels like you don't feel it. It's just I don't even want to say it's like it flows so easily. It's not about flow, it's about something that feels more present than flow, feels more relatable than flow, or like it's just you, or like your own sense of self isn't like melding or shifting. It's so present, so like milk. Maybe milk isn't a good descriptor there. Hazelnut milk. Yeah, it's like hazelnut milk. Maybe more like cashew milk. I haven't had cashew milk for too long though. See if there's another. Whoa. That's kind of the feeling, like they all come out at once. But it's not like they all came out at once. It's like there was a temple to begin with. There was like a certain structure, or this feels like that, like you followed the line, like the timeline. How I was saying at the start, like following, like having all those items in shot and doing them one by one like a timeline. It's like you kind of began that, or you were familiar with something. But then something changed. And maybe along the way, it's like there was a distraction. And that distraction is what caused... It's not like the distraction caused anything. It's more like the distraction enabled you to forget your prior way of doing things and fall into the new way that doesn't really feel new because of the way in which you went about incorporating it into yourself or your life. I will read these, but I feel like it's more important like how they came out. So we have torso, armpit, skin. Why does skin and armpit feel so right? Armpit skin, like like the particular skin around one's armpit. Face. Why does that feel like that shouldn't go next to those two together? Bone. Face bone, like cheekbones. But I feel like I have a cheek card, maybe. Maybe I don't. And eyelashes. I'm wanting to note like the squiggliness of these. I can do this too also. Woo, look what I can do. That rhymed. But it kind of feels like what I had before, of like it doesn't quite rhyme. That's the feeling. And now I'm going to sit down with you, which feels like this is that moment after the like getting distracted and then all the cards coming through, or even not the cards coming through part, but the part after that, like the part where you get to actually flip them over and melt into them. It's giving the sense of like after the floodgates have opened, but then I don't even remember what part I was trying to hone in on, and that feels like the energy again. It's like something about like a redirection you had that didn't feel like you were like walking forwards and then veering left or then turning right. It's like there was no direction for a while. Maybe you felt at some point very aimless, maybe in life, or maybe just surrounding a particular thing this is on about. Imagine if eyelashes were bones. And that makes me think of, imagine if your wishes or what you could like perceive in one part of your brain, like a dream, were like the bones of your life or the bones of yourself. It's like a sense of steadiness. I'm getting distracted by a raven, but also by trying to figure out if it was a rook or not. I think it wasn't. I think it was a raven. Rooks feel a bit too like quirky. I couldn't see its beak. That's like my main telling of a rook or raven. Face. Yeah, there's something about the face because of that rook or raven. Makes me think of looking at the face to see. And we could even view bone like a beak. And eyelashes with bone also, it's like a sense organ, it feels like. Creating a lasting steadiness. There feels like a feeling of being able to trust what you feel more strongly. This could have strongly to do with a sense of like everlasting, I don't want to say everlasting, but I guess I'll say everlasting intuition. There's a sense you can see more clearly once all the cards are out on the table. Torso is making me think of getting your leg up, which is interesting because like legs aren't a part of the torso. Yeah, there's something where like your legs are becoming a part of your torso, which just makes me think of like your legs, like what you stand on. So this could have strongly to do with your perspective of life, like what you stand on, or maybe a part of your life that was once, like, it's like you leaned on it. It was like this was so a part of your life for a while, but it was still in the beginning stages, or it still hadn't, like, attached itself to your body in some sense. It's like when you interacted with this, you're gonna have to move the words around for some of you for how this is applying, but when you interacted with this, it's like you had to leave yourself to then form a relationship with it, and then when you wanted to be with yourself or the other parts of your like maybe more main life, you like went back to the main part of yourself, and now there's a sense of either losing that thing that once made you go out of yourself, and those were like your legs of sorts, and then you find your own legs once more, or another version. a sense of like that which you were leaving to that you were a part of, but it wasn't like fully a part of you yet. It's that wasn't something to let go of, and that was something that you're now integrating more, and they become your leg. They were always your legs, but they become attached to your body now. Okay. Something that was like a sideline is now becoming a main line. Yes. When I'm seeing armpits, I'm seeing someone like holding up someone by the armpits. And I'm being shown how that is like the opposite to the neck image I got of like someone standing on the neck, and instead it's now lifting someone up. There's a sense of ease, and there's also another feeling of like this isn't how it should be, but it feels good, or it is how it should be and it feels weird. I think that's more like it. It's like maybe where you've come from, there was a sense of feeling like you were being put down, or that things just weren't like really right in some way. And that doesn't have to be objectively right, but to you, things didn't feel right. And then you're moving into more of a space of something feels really right. You're feeling uplifted, and yet it kind of feels maybe a bit odd, or like it takes a bit to really wrap your head around it. Okay, I'll get a sacred geometry card and lift this up now, just a bit, or a lot, or a medium amount. Ding. I also feel called to say, if you get something completely different from all these body cards, feel free to use your own discernment to read. Can you see this charger? You can't. Wonderful. I moved it anyway. That's an interesting message. Like, you couldn't see it anyway, but I still moved it because it didn't feel right. That could be, yeah, that kind of feels like that neck. Standing on one's neck. Or, well, someone else standing on someone else's neck. Feeling. Or maybe it doesn't have to be someone else's, like that analogy I said of this could be yourself on yourself. Anyway, that feeling, how is that related to the moving the charger, even though you couldn't see that it was wrong? It felt wrong. It's like it wasn't, it's like you weren't seeing how something wasn't fully not allowed to be, or not nice to be. The word nice could be really applicable here. It's like you couldn't fully see why something was like quote unquote bad, but you chose, or you will choose, depending on where in the timeline this all lands for you, you choose to still change the way you're doing something, or you still choose to let go of something, or take a new approach, take your foot off your neck. And in doing so, it's like that is what I'm kind of seeing it more like that is what builds or creates the crack in the foundation of the temple, that then something else, like a tiny, like some stroke of divinity kind of feeling, then cracks everything else open and the floodgates come. The floodgates come? Like, not they open. I don't even, floodgates. Yeah, they would open or break, not not come. But that is making me think also of a feeling of then creating new ones. It's like what was once the temple, maybe the structure. Yeah, I keep seeing this. I just remembered that these are temples of on the head. That was like the first thing I saw, but then I started seeing it like an entire structure. And I feel like that applies too, like seeing something once as just like a thought pattern or something simple, and then that became like an entire restriction. And then when that entire restriction gets let go of, unknowingly a whole new restriction gets shown, or like those floodgates then go to like further out. So there's still new boundaries set in place, because to live is to have boundaries, or in the kind of reality most of us are placed in. We are experiencing conditions and set regulations, whether that be like physicality itself or so many other different examples that I'm not feeling like sharing or that are coming to mind. And my voice did a weird thing then, which felt like a restriction. It's like there's an ever realizing of like what the mind can do to you. The reflection of your own mind into your experience. And the heart chakra card came up. The number 4. The frequency of the heart chakra, the green flower of life, supports our capacity to love deeply and unconditionally. Its healing properties harmonize the mind and the body. And at the back of the dep could be depot. Those could be significant. Perception. The number 8 and 35. The frequency of perception. Interesting that I said that. And I said the number 8 before the number that's actually on the card, which is 35. Which feels so much like that restriction energy. It's like both are true. 8 and 35 are both the same, but they have different understandings of themselves, which feels like this perception card too. It's both the same and it's different. The frequency of perception supports our natural curiosity, moving us beyond our comfort zone to find the edges of what we perceive as real and take a good, hard, deep look at it. And yeah, that feels like it fits so well. I want to use a little yes and no deck now. If you have a question in mind, you can answer it. You can ask it. But if not, we'll just see what comes out and see if there are messages that go along with that. Okay. Interesting. It's like I've got 2 cards, but they didn't fully click. So either this isn't fully clicking for all of you, so only take it. Okay, that's why. If it applies, but we have no, and it's like a flashy no, or like it feels like a major no. And then we have wrong question. So take that if that applies, and I'm going to give you time to ask another question. And that kind of feels like this too. It's like it's not really a no because of like the yes or no that you're thinking of. It's more just that you're looking in the wrong direction to begin with, regardless if this is about the actual question you may or may not have asked. Okay, I'm gonna ask again. Okay, we got no. But this one is a smiley no. With an exclamation mark. And it's not capitalized. This feels like that energy of the beginning where I was kind of like happy and I was like swaying back and forth. It's giving a feeling of like the option or the way of life that is most like with ease, most worry less. Worry, what's the word for like no worries? Worry less, like worryless just feels like I'm saying less worry, but this is like no worry. I'm seeing the song Happy. I don't know who that's by, but I know it's in Despicable Me. Yeah, there's something about like whichever or the way in which the way that is sunniest, the way that is most carefree. It's like saying no to that which was a burden. And it's not even like a serious kind of no, it's like a hee. Nope. Okay, then we have process feelings, then try again. So it could be that if there's something that you're not fully seeing, it's because, again, like with that message from before of like ask again. Oh no, it was wrong question. It's because it's the same feeling of like your heart has a different question for you. Is this perception card even in shot? Yeah, it is, easily. Because I feel like perhaps either your current viewpoint or the question you're asking doesn't really encompass all that you really want to be encompassing. It's like it's a feeling of if you were to get a yes or no from the current state of being, or I guess not yes or no, just moving off the current state of being, it would be moving off unprocessed feelings as opposed to what's beneath that, which is so much more openness. It's like it wouldn't allow you to actually process what you're experiencing now. It would be more saying like, it's a feeling of like, is this what that I'm feeling, a yes or no? But the guidance is more like, let's clear that which you're feeling. Clear the feelings, be emotionless. Okay, and then we have yes with a sad face. Okay, so for a lot of you, you're wanting a no, and the no is what makes you happy. And should you receive a yes, it would be sad. You wouldn't want that. So this also feels a bit like we're showing you both options, if this is an option kind of thing. And if it's not an option thing, it's more of a feeling of the more you have, the less happy you are. Or the more complicated something is, the less you want it. And maybe what you're really wanting is more freedom or more, like, less weight on your shoulders. Since this did say process your feelings, then try again, I will take them up. I'll take all of these up actually. Give you time to pause this if you want to like intentionally go process your feelings. But this may be across a longer span than maybe what you were thinking or maybe what I was thinking. And yeah, then if you want to come back when you're feeling clearer, then I'll use those again. Yeah, there might be a lot surrounding or within your heart to feel into. And that could be what's clouding judgment or clouding your idea of what you want or how you want to live in some degree. Wow, bird of play. Bird of play, yes. Wow, so low down. There's also something significant about how I had, wow, it's just flying still. It's flying. Earth, significant. Watching this bird is significant. Wow. I wish you could see my, I was trying to say through my eyes, but my brain was about to say, I wish you could see my eyes, but I was like, no, not my eyes. What they're looking at. So there could be something about instead of looking at your own eyes, it's looking at what your eyes are looking at. That's what you're really caring about, because that is then going to reflect the joy within your own eyes, or maybe the play within your own eyes, or your connection to earth that came up, or maybe your energy levels, or that which you're wanting to birth. I feel like it's more about potential feeling here, or feelings of freedom, or how you process, or for some of you it's like what you process. How to get at what you're processing is to look more at what you're looking at as opposed to yourself. Okay. I had something to say before the bird of prey, but I'm still staring at it and not trying to think of anything else. But I feel like that's your guidance, like to stare at the thing that you're staring at, as opposed to trying to be like, okay, back to me, I should focus on what's here and now. It's more of like okay, but where is your attention wanting to go, and why is it wanting to go there? Because that's really the part of you that wants to be acknowledged, or that's what will bring up the emotions for you to process. Wow. I feel like it's something that same feeling from before. It's like it's amazing. It's like all that, like, quote unquote potent energy, but it doesn't feel like that. It feels so light and easy. Yeah, there's such an ease here, because that bird of prey that I'm watching right now, it hardly ever comes into the field right in front of me. It flies over it loads, but always really high up, but now it's really, really close. So when I was saying that, it was really close. Whoa, and I just saw a shadow. It felt like the shadow of a bird of prey, but I don't think it was that one. But I didn't see the bird itself, even though it feels like I should, based off where that shadow was. There could be something about fertility here too. Okay. Okay. Those of you who have farewelled and ready for the yes, no question. Okay, I just closed my window because there were some people out that feel like they're gonna unblock the drains or something, it looks like. So there could be, that's just feeling the same, right? Unblock the drains first, before you ask the question. Because I feel like you'll ask a different question. The old one won't have any weight to it. Yeah, that could be a good thing for you. Like, why does the question have so much weight this time? Some of you don't even have a question and you're like, but no, okay, I was gonna kind of make fun of that, but more so the energy I'm being put into is it still applies strongly. And that could be a message for you. It's like, even though something, this still applies. Or maybe for a lot of you, it's like, even though this, and even though something of like an extended experience, or even though something, like maybe for a lot of you, even though, okay, I can't get to specific examples, even though something, this is still like gripping your heart. Okay. I feel like some of you didn't want to allow it to grip your heart. And the recognition that it is all that's needed. Allowing yourself to really just feel and sit with what the truth is. Not necessarily needing to base decisions off what you find, but simply allowing yourself to just see what is, to see the truth. How do you feel? I'm not going to ask the question yet because I still feel some lingeringness. I can feel like some of you feel ready, or maybe this is like parts of you feel ready but other parts don't. I feel like it's more like most of you feel ready, but I still feel some of you have tugs. Those of you who are still having tugs, come back to this. Okay, you ready? Okay. Yes or no? for Pile Collectives. I heard message, not question, which I like more because it feels more open. It doesn't feel as like it was coming from the same place. We have yes, and it's a different yes. It's a yes that flows. It feels, and the back of the deck is also like a small yes. It's like a big and small. But it's not small, it's more like a delicate, or like, it's that feeling again of like, this is nice, isn't it? The first yes, so the main one, it feels like that feeling I was saying of like being disconnected from the legs, like the torso being disconnected from the legs. This feels like the opposite of that. This feels like the connection, because there's no cut-off point here. It flows through the whole thing. The Y and the E and the S are all connected. And not just like yourself. This doesn't feel like it just correlates to you feel whole within yourself. With this, it feels more like whole within yourself, but that also extends out into all of your experience. It's not like you are good and just you. It's you are good and you are good with everything else in your life too. Some of you might want to sit with this. I saw a crystal. It's like really light pink, almost creamy. I don't know what it is, but it feels good. I almost want to call it a food, like a cream cake or something. Maybe candy floss is significant. Or like candy butter, or cream butter souffle. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it at that though. Whoa, okay. There's something more about that, but that could even just be like a sense of playfulness. It's like it jumped over. So there could be something about like your real yes is jumping over the small yes. Like if you were between like a big yes or a small yes, go for the big yes. That could also be your sense of self, like not doing something or experiencing life through a small lens, but through a full lens. The lens that enables you to play or jump or move forwards. It feels more like a sense of moving forwards, jumping over a lot. It's more, yes. Yeah, it feels like you've gone through a lot. Okay, cool. Or choosing to go through a lot, because that felt like it could be slightly into the future. I feel like it could be a bit of both. Okay, I think that's it for the collective. I wonder how long that was. 43 minutes. We should wait a little bit longer so we can say it's 44. Why? Why is 44 more loved than 43? Maybe it's not. Or maybe it is, and that in and of itself is a wonderful thing. It was stable, but then I wanted to wiggle it to get it to fall. Okay, where shall we put him? Shall I stand up again? I might do. I think I will. It's like I want to see, but I don't want to stand. Okay, welcome in. Pile number 1. There could be something about first having something be standing up. I think this is more like in your past though. And then like something happened, or you purposefully created a shift where it then collapsed. It's like that was what you were wanting. For some of you, like inadvertently. I felt like they wanted to like shuffle themselves instead of having someone else shuffle them. So I feel like there's a strong message of like personal choice that you have integrated. I'm feeling like saying something along the lines of like, you did what was best for you. Okay, they can come out. I wasn't sure if I wanted them. You may be something along the lines of like letting go of that which is only a maybe for you. These feel very... It's like solidified fluidity. I feel like I'm not able to fully relax in your energy. It's not like it's not relaxing. It actually feels super relaxing. But there's just like a sense of like still kind of squidward. Squidward? Squids? Oh, squid energy. Squid energy is so here. Okay, I'm not sure what that's about yet, but this even feels like it's like trickled squid ink. And that's what the sense of before was. It's like you're really relaxed, but you're not fully. It's like you're relaxed, but you're still like your brain is on in like an area that it's like it feels right to be on, but maybe like you could be doing something else, or I don't get it. There's an energy I don't get here. I'm gonna sit down because I'm like standing, but I don't know that I want to be. It's a feeling of like I really want to be able to see what's going on. I think you're in between energies. You may have even been like in between picking this pile or not. I'm gonna flip them over now. But there continues to be with you like a sense of unsureness. Like I don't really want to... You might have conditions that you've placed surrounding your own like frivolousness. You might be feeling like you need to only open up or only be yourself in the extent of a box that someone else holds for you. I feel like you're going with the flow, but not really your flow, it's someone else's flow. And that might just be to keep the peace, as opposed to really going with what you want. You might have offers that you like you've taken or you're pondering, but it's like something doesn't really click into place, or maybe you've accepted offers that it's like they fit, but they're like taking a while, or you wonder if that's really what you want. I think it's something along the lines of like you've received, or you're in a state of like, this is what I want, but maybe not in this package, or like you want fewer conditions surrounding it. Yeah, this fourth card is a boundaries card, and this is a card of holding. It's like, what are you holding, or whose hands are holding you? Or holding this project or this experience, this like subject of the reading. Who is the one like determining how things go, or the way in which it can exist, present itself, behave, collaborate, incorporate? I think you feel somewhat on edge, but you might not feel like you're allowed to be on edge because something feels like it's like somewhat qualified. It's like, I should be happy, right? I should feel fully engaged, or I should feel fully like I can be myself here, but I don't quite. It's actually a feeling of maybe being watched from behind. Like another situation is like that which this is really on about is very much in flow with you, and there's a harmony you're feeling with it, but maybe it's like someone behind you is like hearing I'm seeing a conversation, like you and another are having a conversation, and that is very beautiful, peaceful, perfect. But then like someone's listening and that's the thing that you don't really like. So it's like the environment isn't right for what's going on within it. Others of you, it's like a project, for example, that it's like on paper it looks right. On paper it's really fitting for you, but there's a lack of inspiration behind the ideas, or behind like there's some like bullet points, or it's like yes, I want all of this, but not within like a time frame that this is had to be set within, or like not in the place that this is saying I'd need to travel to every day, kind of thing. I want to get more cards. I'm curious if you're weighing your options, like weighing whether you want this or not. It feels like you're not, but it feels like a part of you is. It's a feeling of like someone is on holiday, but they're like talking to their friends, being like, I'm in a bit of a bind. But it's not like a bind where you feel like really entangled and like you need to like really quickly make a decision. It's more like a gentle pondering, like, is this really what I want? Or like, am I really like able to fully be myself in this situation? Or am I really like using my capabilities to the best that they could be used, or that you want to be using them? I just heard have a shower. So for some of you, like, all you need is a refresh. Actually, I don't think it's that simple. I think it's much deeper than that. It's like this, okay. I don't think this will apply for everyone, but I'm gonna go with it. Some of you, like, going into the shower is something that you're not actually doing for the refresh. You would be doing it without reason. You may have already showered like an hour ago, but you feel like you need to shower for some reason. This so goes with this energy. It's like your intuition is telling you something about this situation, but you can't quite wrap your head around it because it doesn't really make sense with your mind that you would be feeling the way you do. Another example that is coming to mind is like someone treating you in a way that you thought you would feel respected, and yet maybe you feel grossed out by them. And the reason is because of the intention of where all of that has come from for them. It doesn't have to be that directly, but that's an example. It's like your intuition is telling you that what you would desire those actions, like for the reason of, isn't the reason why those actions are happening. Something about like a feminine part of you that knows. It's not even that knows, it is that knows, but it's like you're getting the nudge. And I think that nudge excites you, because I think that there's somewhat of a dissatisfaction with what you're currently being offered. Yeah, this is a feeling with this deck of I'm shuffling, but I don't even know if I want one of these cards. Are you like in the realm of something that you don't really know if you even want anything in this realm? For some of you, like, your boundaries could be being violated and you're not seeing it, but you're feeling it. And it's a call to trust what you're feeling. Some of you also, it's not even saying to like act based upon those feelings, but it's a call to, okay, if those feelings are true, then how would that look? Or like the ability to like look further into something. It's like giving doubt more of a listening ear. Like, okay, I'm not saying I'm gonna listen, but like if you are telling the truth, then how would that look? And then seeing how further things click into place that way. Others of you might want to have a conversation with someone. I'm not like getting to get more cards, but I don't understand why. Okay, that feels really significant. Okay, you may have been trying to get like further somethings, whether that be answers or further support or further like looking outside of what is currently here. And the truth is that there's more right in front of your eyes that you haven't seen. Or there's just like more that's hidden in the situation. Whether that be hidden because you haven't looked at it, or hidden because it's like more so being actively distorted out of your view, kind of thing. Okay, I feel like there's this strong message of not allowing what I'm saying in the reading to distort or distract you from what you already know to be true, or what you're feeling is fitting right for you. Yeah, that full stop. And then another message, what is that I was seeing? I'm seeing a fish out of water just now, but it's like he's gonna jump back in, but in a different pond. So there could be something about a temporary discomfort, but knowing that it's ultimately, it's only temporary, yeah. And it's like the fish is jumping towards this star. He passes through the star and then lands back into the water. It's actually the same water, but it doesn't feel the same. Okay, some of you, I feel like there's like a perspective shift that you can have. It's like the same words can be taken in two different ways, which is that thing I said again before of like, where are the actions coming from though? Like if you love this, if you love like a certain thing like writing, but you're really not feeling what you're doing, is it because of where you're writing from? Like is it even could be in like the environment you're writing in, or the genre of whatever you're writing. I feel like that's not applicable for most people, which is interesting that I would say that example if I don't feel that that's really true. There could be people who are saying things that aren't really true in your situation, but I feel like that could be you. It's like you're saying yes to something that doesn't really feel like a yes, or it's like a small yes, not a big yes. Okay, now that we've seen the back of those cards, let's flip them over. Yeah, basically the main message of this reading feels like, yes, there is more to this. Yes, keep digging. You're on the right track. I need to take a drink of water. There could be something about like a sense of unease. The throat chakra is making me think of peace. And again, it's that feeling of like there is peace, or there should be peace, but there's not, or it's not full peace. You could also feel like you just got something amazing, and yet there's still like something like niggling at you. And there's a sense of this amazing thing is still, yes, amazing. It's not that that was wrong. It's more like either like an understanding of what it is that will click something further into place, or I'm feeling for a lot of you it's an environment, or like the type of thing it is. It's like the large, like from a grander view it's a yes, but like specifics of some kind it's a no, or like altering, or still in the process of, it's not like I'm gonna say it's not in the process. But I feel like it is because you're already, like, in the process in your mind is what it feels like. Or like you're close to making a big shift in another area, which will then incorporate more of the fullness of peace that you're feeling in another area into like the rest of your life or the rest of your body. I feel like you could even like have all the steps that you're about to take in front of you, but you might be feeling called to take them in different ways than you had expected or that you're used to. I feel like it's not necessarily than you're used to. It could be that. Take what resonates for you in particular, but it feels more like the other thing I said that I don't remember. Okay, we have combination. Let's see how much you can see. I looked and it was 1, 1, 1. Well, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. I feel like I'm reading this not as big a deal as it is. It's like it feels massive, but it's just so gentle that it doesn't like hit me like that. It's like if the Tower card in Tarot were to come up, it's like it wouldn't really fit the energy, but it would fit the details of the energy. Back of the deck is my life. What are you combined with? And there's like a feeling of like residue that doesn't feel good. But I want to say it does. That's the confusing part. It's like your aura feels good, but there's like, why does it not feel good though? I'm gonna keep going. Are you feeling this? You know what it feels like? It feels like a combination of these three colours of white, blue, and pink. And my brain was then thinking, oh, but there's like words of black in this too. There could be something about what's written in the fine print. It's like the whole package seems great, but it's got some little pieces of it that I don't like. So whale, shark, and beetle. Beetle makes me think of what's beneath the surface. What does whale, shark make me think of? I'm actually seeing that more like a combination of a shark and a whale, which feels like this in some sense. And I'm seeing that in more of a sense of like predator and prey. Like, it's like something is really giving to you in one respect, but in another it's draining, or there's, it's like it's handing you 5 cookies. 5 cookies. Okay, we'll use cookies. Cookies are good in this case, by the way. 5 cookies that you love, but then it's like each time it hands it to you, it's like got a spike on its finger. It's giving me that, what are they called? Staples. Stirrups. No. Spurs. When like people put like spikes on the back of their boots for horse riding, and it's like it jabs the horse more strongly. It's giving me that, like they have a spike on the end of their hands, their fingers, and each time they hand you the cookies, they're also jabbing you. But it's like your focus is on the cookies, so you're like, ah, oh, thank you, cookies. Yeah, it's like a sly energy. It's not necessarily like for everyone here that it's intentional slyness, but it's just a feeling of this doesn't really fit you in all of you. It fits you in part of you. It doesn't enable the like very fullness of your being to be. It could also be like it enables you to be in your perfect self as you are, but it doesn't enable you to become more than what you already are. There's a feeling of comfort here for sure. Which is again that feeling of like everything is good as it is. But is it really? Like my personal thinking is, it's not even my personal thinking. I feel like you might get a bit trapped in like looking for the reasons. And I don't even think it's because there are no reasons to be found. I think it's just that maybe from where you've been looking from, it can't be found. Perhaps you're trying to take a more peaceful approach, but it's like you're trying to look for lack of peace through the lens of peace, so it's not gonna be easy. Oh yeah, this is also making me think of, we have unicorns. Yeah, but it came in reverse, which just feels like that energy. It's like, it's very healing, but it's also really spiking. Like the horn, it's like the horn goes and it touches you and it heals so much of your body, but it's also like causing like a wound from where the unicorn like jabs its horn into you. This could have to do with sexual intimacy for a lot of you, just saying, because that image gave that to me, but also combination is literally like, I drew that while thinking of sex as an energy, like combining. I think I had like said it in a reading once and I was like, whoa, that's such a cool descriptor for that combination. But that unicorn pardon me, that unicorn card popped out when, and if it's not sexual intimacy, it's still like a sense of like, it's that metaphorically, but it doesn't have to be with something, it doesn't have to be that in like a romantic with a partner way, or partner's way. Yeah, that unicorn card popped out when I saw, this is like that energy I was explaining where it's like you're combining yourself and this thing, but it's also bringing in something else too, which is affecting you. Okay. I'm feeling heightened emotions, but it's only for some of you, and I'm just wondering, okay, what do I do about that? Because my feeling is like, I want to stay with, and I think this is exactly the feeling, by the way. My feeling is I want to stay with the ones who are in the energy of processing, say pain, but I am also aware of the others who didn't experience like an emotional need to process or like cleansing, crying basically, and wanting to be held. Like they didn't have that, so it's like, okay, what do I do? Because I kind of feel torn in both directions here. What I want to, oh, I'm being shown not to with that. Okay, I'm gonna get another card. I'm gonna get a character card. I don't think this will be for everyone, but for some of you, like writing this out, what your experience is, will help you see it more clearly. It will like bring a perspective of, oh yeah, wow, that's really what I'm experiencing. Or saying it to another. Because sometimes it's like when it's just within ourselves, it's still like in an elusive feeling. And when it's spoken even aloud where we just hear it, but I'm feeling more like if it's to someone that you trust, it's like, wow, that it brings more weight to it, or it enables you to see it from their perspective, which I'm wanting to say, like, perhaps only to those that you really trust. Just because this feels like a delicate matter, even though I'm not really... It's interesting, it's like, again, it feels so delicate, yet I've made so sturdy too. And I'm feeling like perhaps some of you didn't even want this reading. And something else that I thought of and yet have forgotten. Let's get a character card. Yeah, I heard in the corner of my eye. Some of you, it's like you've known this vaguely, or you've had these thoughts but not really wanted to question them or look at it more deeply, or like you have to, like, one circle but not the circle you know will make it feel more real, perhaps. Okay, we have Clara. The way I'm first seeing this is like a sense of like anyone can love. Clara is someone who wouldn't be expected to be so into love as she is. It's like the students, I think they like choose a teacher or like choose a certain course, for example, and she chooses the teacher who's a succubus, who's like teaching romance or teaching like how to be sexy, but she's like a really baby character who who doesn't like have a sense of like elegant allure, but is more just like scrappy, crazy, and yeah, it's like there's a feeling here of openness, of like anything is possible. Some of you, there's a feeling of friendship. Okay, I don't think this is going to apply for everyone, but I feel called to mention it. Some of you are in a partnership which is romantic, but it isn't satisfying to you because you feel more of a friendship energy with them. There could be a sense of like a lack of attraction, but still love. But the main message I was feeling for then more everyone I was feeling was, especially with Roger at the back of the deck, there's like an openness to what is possible, to all that you can experience. This feels so tied in with love and romance, but I want to leave it open because it doesn't have to be that. What is possible? Because I'm wanting to say, see, back with the combination card of like not just drawing in one energy, but drawing in another too, that is more unwanted. There's a feeling of there are experiences that are just purely that which are wanted. Purely like you and another, and not extra like side eyes, or not extra baggage, or not extra energy that you're not liking. It's those conditions. It's like, ask the universe for that which you're loving of this, and without the stuff that you're not loving. It's really opening your own internal idea of what you deserve, or what you're allowed to expect or allowed to want. I think it's that's it. It's what are you allowing yourself to desire? there may be more of a lightheartedness, or more, I think it's more about self. It's like something about, the way I'm going to phrase it is, what do you truly want? What would really feel fulfilling for you in all respects? There might be a lot of processing that some of you have to, surrounding what you have previously allowed also. Maybe you have experienced a lot of allowing others to cross your own boundaries, or allowing less than what feels loving to you, or more than what feels loving to you. So you might be processing a lot of what has gone on. Yeah, this might all have been something you've already, for example, like closed yourself off from, but you're still experiencing the maybe feelings in your body. It's just, it's not feeling fully refreshed, or you're not feeling like fully yourself yet, something along those lines. And I'm remembering at the start of your reading there was something about me saying, like, it once was upright, it once was like steady, but then like intentionally knocking it and it becoming in another way. That's what I'll say. Okay, I think that's where I'm gonna end your reading, part 1. I'm wanting to say something else, but I'm not sure what yet. Is that what you're experiencing, or is that more my energy towards you? Maybe both. Maybe both. Yeah, I feel like there's a part of yourself that you're accepting and you're allowing to be there. That might be a part of yourself that doesn't want something, or it might be a part of yourself that does want something. And maybe both. Yeah, you may have been experiencing something that was more difficult than you would like it to be. There's a feeling of allowing yourself more comfort, or more of like the full extent of pleasure. It doesn't have to come with pain too. That's what this experience feels like. Yeah, the back of the deck is Puffin. It's like what you're collaborating with. It can be what's best for everyone. Or everything. But everyone is a thing. And everything is a one. There's like a little bit of something I want to bring in still. Oh, let's get bird cards for you. Also, I love that. We have the word rune. Yeah, I feel like this has to do with openness to what you can want. Openness to what else you can experience, or just what you can experience. A strong sense of freedom. Possibility. Possibility beyond what you have before experienced or accepted. Yeah, I feel like things then flow more easily, because I think I might have said something about the way the deck shuffled before, and this time this deck felt like, that felt like everything flows so nicely. It's like there wasn't one of the cards that was like jumbling the rest. It all felt so fluid. Okay, we have Kestrel, Great Crested Grebe, Barn Owl, and Blue Throat. Yeah, there's a feeling of what do you want? And with Red Kite popping out, and Blue Throat, there's a feeling of allowing yourself to voice your own desires or opinions or your ways. I'm being so drawn to how the Great Grebe's head is like above. It's like in the light. There's a sense of like not needing to cross yourself, or yeah, not needing to cross yourself in order to be loved or in order to experience the part that you do like. Working with your true nature, or all of you, or all of your desires. Yeah, I think I'm going to end your reading on what do you want. Cool. You may want to look up those birds if you feel drawn to. There's something in that too. You may want to look up those birds. Well, one simple message I'm getting from that is if you don't want to, you don't have to. And applying that to what this was on about. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Okay, cool. That was an interesting one because it felt so... It's like that there's so much heaviness to it, but there's also... It was not giving that at the start. I feel like it might have really been something you were resisting. And I would be willing to bet that this reading had a lot of like dropping outers before the end. Like those who didn't want to hear about the thing that felt like so like holiday-like and ideal, but that actually wasn't what was truly fulfilling or what they really wanted. Okay, let's put, yeah, obsidian, also a stone of like intense protection. Like get something away from me. And it's not like it gets everything away from you, it just gets the parts you don't like away from you. And also, it is very helpful for tapping you into your emotions, but particularly like the I'm gonna say particularly the more difficult ones to process. And I looked at the time and it was 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Yeah, and I said something about expansion here too. It's like not just complacency or being okay where you are, but wanting more, wanting what's after 5. 6. 7, 8, 9. Cool, and from that I shall move the camera up. That sounded like a bird. I guess we'll start with bird cards for part 2 then. Welcome in, pile 2. I kind of heard a bird squeak when I moved the table or when I did something. Maybe you don't know where a certain sound or a certain vibration or a certain something came from, but you're definitely listening to it. Chew. That's making me think of a train. It could be something about movement forwards, or like it's making me think of like a train zooming by, but you're not getting like hit by it. I think maybe there's like something you don't want that is already on its way out and you're just like waving goodbye to it. For some of you, you might not be sure if it's something you don't want or not. I think you know, like there's somewhat of like a decision already made surrounding it, but like your feelings might be, actually I feel like they're pretty clear. I just think that I'm not getting the correct words for them. Maybe you don't quite know how to word your feelings, but you feel quite clear in them. Or it's a feeling of like, yeah, I feel content with what's going on, but something, I'm not sure. Maybe the bird cards will tell us. We have Puffin and Raven. Ooh, let's put the bird cards in the light and then the others in the dark. Not touch. There's a gentle, what is that? I'm just comparing the black tourmaline to the black obsidian of the pile before, and a raven as opposed to a rook. But both, not black tourmaline, sorry, jet and ravens feel so much more motherly than fatherly, or more gentle. I don't know how to say that. It could be a calming or soothingness to this. Advocate. That's making me think of advocating. Some of you, your friends are going through something and you're backing them up. That could be that could be partly why, like, there's somewhat of like a detachment feeling from something that you might be releasing, because actually maybe someone else is releasing something and you're just watching them. But we have 3 puffins here, and there are 2 puffins in one of the other bird cards, which does feel like a friendly vibe. It's like a community, and there's also little birds here too. I feel like this will have to do with your friends or your family or your community. I'm wanting to say, for most of you, I think it's like a quite small community, like right within your reach feeling. Like right outside your front door. And I'm wanting to roll up my sleeves now. And that gives a bit of that warming vibe, but I'm not really getting warming vibe from you. Not like unwarm, but maybe that's a part of the situation. Like someone is not feeling welcome. I wanted to like rub, there's like I'm feeling like a glitch. There's a glitch. Some of you may be experiencing a glitch. But I was trying to say, like, what is that? It's like I was trying to rub it off the beak, but like the top part of the beak, or like the lower part of the beak. I need to drink more water. Give me moments. Hey, puffin, 2 puffins. Now there are 4 puffins. Oh, I still feel like my throat hurts. Does your throat hurt from something? Look, those chicks are screaming. That's how I feel right now. Like I've been screaming and my throat is like crangled. Come on then, bud. Let's get some bird cards? Animal cards. Maybe you're asking the wrong person. I'm seeing like a gossip situation, and it's like, okay, if you want the real good stuff, you got to go to the other one. Or maybe if you want help, you're asking for help from the wrong person or from the wrong place. Hedgehogs. But it kind of came up, I want to see how it wants to land. I think it doesn't matter. Okay, there's something in that. I'm feeling like a sense of like asking around, like getting details about something. Have some of you just like been talking for ages and you're feeling a bit it's like your throat has done, but your brain is so eager to keep going. I feel a liveliness from you. Red panda. I feel like you might be like a mediator. I'm feeling a sense of like keeping the balance. Like you're the mutual one. If this doesn't apply to you, then this could be a reading about the one who is the mediator, or the one who is the like mutual one in your situation. But I'm gonna keep saying it like it's you. I feel like that's the majority of you. I feel like you're receiving, or you're giving. You're a part of like a giving service. Beetle. In this moment, what I'm wanting to say is beetle never makes sense to me. Beetle feels like it has a really, really simple symbolism that I just never really click with. The click. I feel like this is about a social circle. Did I say that? And that's interesting. I was saying that like sarcastically because I did say that, but also it was genuine. And with the blah blah, it feels like it's something about things being said. I like honestly kind of like enjoying this vibe, even if it's like a bit like dramatic. It's like, ooh, what's going on over here? And for me to be in that, I feel like that's your energy. I feel like you're a bit of a busybody, or a bit of a like to be in the know, even if it like stirs up a little bit of something, just a little bit. Who are you? I love you. Okay, now we can get some more. If there are 3 in this situation, you know what? Let's use my Nesio. Nesio. Oh, okay, wrong question. I was gonna use the yes/no. Okay. I was gonna use the yes/no deck I made recently to see if there are 3 in this situation, but I think there's lots that apply to all of you. So I'm gonna ask a different question with this deck, though. If you have a yes or no question you want to ask now, do so, and we'll get an answer. But if not, I'll interpret it too. No is the answer, and it's a happy no. It's a light-hearted no. It's the answer that brings most relief and most letting go. The back of the deck is both, so it could also be that both are true. It's more like no, though. Some of you also, it's like what you think is going on isn't fully what's going on. Let's use these. Someone is being guarded, it feels like. And I'm hearing they have a right to be guarded. And another is more intrusive, or more... It's like they're intrusive and a bit out in the cold. And it's kind of like one because of the other. Like out of the cold because they're intrusive. Or / and intrusive because they're out in the cold. Could be more energetically or from like earlier life. the second way round. Okay. I feel like if there is someone that is like in need, this is a guidance to, and you're feeling called, if you're feeling called to offer a helping hand, this is definitely a yes, yes, yes. I feel like you are feeling very capable or able, or like you have some sense of like I'm trying to hone in on the perspective of this. It's some sort of perspective, it's some sort of wisdom, or it's giving like a teacher energy, like you have a sense of authority or like supplies. Like I'm just imagining like a little child tripping over, scraping their knee, and you have a plaster, so you can hand them that plaster. Prophet. You may have been feeling a little unsure, which I'm surprised at. Maybe you're surprised at your own unsureness. I think if there is unsureness anywhere in this situation, I think that is actually coming from... Okay, it's coming from one of them involved, and that's for different reasons for all of you. I think there could be a sense like you were unsure, but it's like not for the reasons that you might have been wary on. It's like if you didn't know if you wanted to hand your plaster to the child, it's like you don't actually... It's like it's not whether you want that or not, but it's actually because maybe there was like a parent with them and you felt like, I don't know if it's my place to give them a plaster. But then your heart is saying, this parent is not like helping their child who has a scraped knee. I'm going to give them the plaster. They don't have to accept it if they don't want to. There's something of that. Like there may be a sense that you're so like not a part of this, or you're so like in the middle in the middle, that you don't know if it's your place to. Yeah, that's what I think my throat is like irking up surrounding. It's a feeling of like you don't know if it's your place to, or you don't want to overstep. It's giving solar plexus energy too, of maybe you feel like you're not allowed to act on your own feelings, your own sight. With fox and golden Atlantean dragon, owl, they both feel very, very capable. There could be a sense that you feel like afraid of other people's perspectives of your own capability. Yeah, and even then, I was wondering, do I need to explain more of that? And then I heard like they'll know how that applies for them. And it just came through in such a, I guess, mature way. How else do I phrase that? It came through in such like a, they've got it. Like, yeah. I don't know how else to explain that. It's just a... that feeling of... I don't need to say more. Maybe you're wondering about that too. Like, perhaps there's a feeling of wondering about over-explaining, or like, yeah, it's giving like a feeling of you feel like you need to give reason why you want to do the thing you're wanting to do, which feels like helping someone. It feels like there could be like people, for some of you, picking fights with you, and like, it's like they don't even want to be picking fights with you, or they don't really care. It's like they might forget in a week's time. Or they would hold a grudge and not forget, but it's not actually affecting you, or that's irrelevant. That feels like somewhat of like a, okay, so what, the parent of that child looks down on me for handing them a plaster, or feels more insecure about their own position as a parent because they weren't the one to hand their child care or something like that. And it's a feeling of, okay, so what? Like, at least that child got that plaster. Plaster. Okay, let's get the final card. There could also be somewhat of like a finality to this. It's a feeling of like you're almost certain. You just wanted a little bit of clarification. Or maybe you didn't even want a little bit of clarification, but you're getting it. I do feel like there was a sense of maybe forgetting, because now my mind is going blank. I feel like there was just something of a, like, a feeling of duty in some sense, but like a duty in two different ways. Perhaps like your morals felt a bit split, or perhaps it's like just residue of old patterns that you were releasing, like patterns that told you that it was immoral to do what you're doing, or just that it brought up feelings of unsureness. But there's a feeling very strongly of you knowing where your lightness lies, or you being able to trust your own sense of ethicality is coming through, or justice, or just knowing where you want to go, knowing what you want to feed. Eagle Piggle is coming to mind. Also Erky Perky, and I feel like I'm not thinking of the actual one I'm thinking of. In the Night Garden, the kids' TV show. I can't think of the name. Okay. Now the Ninky Nonk. This is making me think of when I saw In the Night Garden as like an adult, and I realized, like, oh my god, this is not what it looked like as a child. So there could be a sense of like unveiling here. It's like pulling off the curtain. I feel like it's not curtain. Like showing or seeing something for what it really is. That could be difficult. Really seeing the truth, or really expressing the truth. Both. Some of you might want to cry over that. It's like a very emotional thing for you. There's a sense of recognizing where something really wasn't serving your way of, or your ideals, or your, like, what you would want to be serving. This thing was like either in the way, or I don't know, it just felt like someone was causing disruption. A peace disturber. Ah. Some of you, this is far more intense of a situation than I've been reading it. And you're letting go of someone who really, really, really mattered to you. But again, it feels like you're coming to the end of that, or it's like you just wanted a bit of confirmation on that. And you can really trust your gut with this, or you have been. This could have been something that was really, really dear to you. There might also be a sense of difficulty that comes with not all parties recognizing that, or not recognizing the depth that this has affected you, or maybe others involved. I'm kind of seeing a different situation now, like I'm reading for someone else at this point, which is kind of confusing. Have you like passed your phone on to onto someone else? I'll keep reading it like this. I guess you can apply it to yourself. My brain doesn't need to understand it all, which feels like a part of this too. It's like maybe you didn't understand all the puzzle pieces, and yet you still acted on your gut, on what you really wanted, or on what you saw as right, or what you saw as just, or that fit your sense of peace or morals. There's a feeling of like wishing something could have come with you, I think, or wishing that there was more love involved, or it's okay, yes, that, but I think that might be not completely on point for some of you. It's like it depends how you view that phrase. It's a feeling of like wishing something could have worked out, or yes, but also understanding like a higher perspective and seeing the love in that higher perspective. I feel like that really fits. Yeah, you chose the love that is, I heard more prominent. More present, or more apparent, more in your face. I watched Bake Off YTP, and I finally remembered what that word was, and found that video, and they say Mary Berry says "in your face" when one of them what do you call that? I'm not sure. My brain is not fully getting it, but it's a feeling of like something really difficult and then like rubbing it in. Maybe that it's really funny, but I'm not sure about saying that here. Why don't I feel content with this? Let's get some more cards. I want to get those cards. Okay. Maybe runes also. We'll see though. I feel like I've just been round a roundabout. Was this something that you've held on to for a long time, or is this something to do with childhood, or like is there is there a lot of nostalgia surrounding this? Yeah, it feels like your brain, like your mind is set on something, but it's just you've got a lot of emotions to process because of how impactful this was for you, or because of all the love that you have here, or because in some way things haven't fit, or because in some way there was a sense of unjustness to your sense of justice. This is a card that's making me think of something different than it usually would. So maybe that is very fitting here, like it's happening differently than it usually would, or than... It's not really than you expected, I think. I think it's more... Okay. It's making me think of, like, yes, no, yes. Because I said that this card is giving me something different than it usually would. But what it usually gives me is this image of a piece of wood. So in me literally saying that it's the opposite, I got it. In me saying it's not a piece of wood, I said the word wood. Apply that as it resonates. I hope that doesn't cause angst or mental non-likings. I just saw a trail of it. Some of you, it's like, that's perfect, but I'm hesitant. Are you hesitant? Is this a card with a back? No, it's not. There could be a sense of, like, not going back. Is there a back to this one? No, there's not. Clean with both. I feel like you're coming out of, like, your cocoon in some sense. I feel like maybe that cocoon wasn't something you had wanted, but it's like you've grown into something you wouldn't have been able to without that cocoon. So there's a sense of gratitude for your liberation, or gratitude for the pain, or for the difficulty. There could be a sense of, like, keeping the truth of this close to your heart. I think that could apply in many different ways, or maybe just one way, but for you each individually it's different. I'm seeing rainbows, but they're not in the picture. It's almost like the cocoon was a spiraled up rainbow. And so you may be surprised by what this gives birth to. I think it's you. It's something about yourself. No, it's more than that. More than what you perceive to be as yourself. It's... How do I explain that? Let's get runes. There could be a bit of a sense of, like, you seeing but not knowing what to say, or you not fully understanding, which is interesting. It's like this is giving the opposite of pile 1, because in your reading I felt like I knew what was going on at the start, and now I don't. In pile 1's it was more like I felt, actually it kind of felt okay. Now that I'm really seeing it, it's not like that at all. So that goes with a sense of, like, I was saying something along the lines of, like, seeing something with greater clarity, or seeing something for what it really is. It's like seeing the truth here feels relevant. It's like, in my head, pile 1 was the opposite of you, but actually when I looked at it, it wasn't. We have daggers and ingus. Yeah, this just feels like new life, or newness. Like, daggers is like between the old and the new is what I'm gonna say here. And I feel like I'm simplifying that, and that feels relevant for your reading too. It's like something that could have been so difficult, and yet on paper it's quite simple. Yeah, and then what's next is the seed, which is I heard like something like changing what you're planting, or changing how you're it's not how. I feel like a bit of a wreck in your video, your reading. I don't feel with it, and that's so interesting to me because the very start of your reading, I felt so with it. That was like a particular thing. So it could be that you've experienced a sense of like you thought you really had something in the clear, or you really thought you understood something, but then it turned out to be very different, and then you maybe lose your sense of okayness, or you lose a sense of like trust in yourself because of that. You may have manifested something that you thought would be in a certain way, and it turned out to be very different. It's like you did manifest what you were seeing, but there were complications, or it just wasn't what you thought it would be. Then the other two runes we got were Othala, which was interesting because I almost said that when I was trying to think of the Ingu's name. I was just kept thinking Othala, which I also almost said, but then I didn't say. And we have Prophet here, and Nine-tailed crystalline shapeshifter fox makes me think both of like manifesting and seeing, predicting. And yet, yeah, not and yet. And I had said, oh, but there's a bit of an and yet. There's something so about the throat here. It's like it's dry. It's really dry. I haven't experienced a dry throat for a long time. It's like something that should be so filled with emotion is lacking it. But yeah, it's a feeling of like that Othala is what I thought the seed was, but actually that was the self. So, and then below that is Wunjo, joy. So I think there's a part of yourself that you have kind of remembered by seeing that it wasn't something outside of yourself. It's like when you experienced something that you thought would be this part of yourself outside of yourself, you realized that it was you that you had been seeking. There's a feeling of like seeding joy, and perhaps that had been somewhat repressed or distorted in the past, or like you it's like you had a formula for joy, but this is a whole different one. Something about also like the chasee becoming the chaser. Right now I'm seeing a red kite chasing two crows, and I've not seen that for I don't know how long, years. Usually it's like the ravens or the crows and stuff, they all attack and chase the red kite, and I never see the red kite fighting back. I never see it really even bothered. But this time it's like it was actively attacking the ravens, or I think they were jackdaws. It feels like it really let off some steam, like, oh, now they're back at it. Actually, they're not jackdaws, that's way too big. They're like in the distance, so it's hard to see. And I think there's something in that for your reading too. Maybe a sense of like finally having fought back, or again, like I said, they were jackdaws, but then when I got a better look at them, even though it wasn't like a great look, I still got a better look. I saw that they were actually ravens, or it's like I didn't really even fully see them. I just knew because of some sort of sense, I'm gonna say. I just kind of knew that they weren't what I thought they were before. And even that, it's like it's not with full clarity. But there's a strong sense of you following. What are you even following? Is that what you're asking? But more like, not subconsciously, rhetorically. Like, what am I even following at this point? What's going on? Let's get a better card. A better card. So maybe you're trying to get a better card. Cosmic Flower. The frequency of Cosmic Flower activates our remembrance of the place we call home. I read that like the place we once called home. The core from which we pour our magnificence out into the world. I feel... Let me see what this setup is doing. It's all spunked together in the center. Why is it like that? There could be something about like now you're creating more color for yourself. But that card coming upside down makes me feel like there was something that you once, like, is a sense of like having clung to home in some sense and now letting go of that clungness to home and feeling more of a contentment elsewhere, or like more of a direction elsewhere. You may have felt like a feeling or a certain tether to home was your like focus point, and now there's like a realization of what that feeling really is, or where it can come from, or where you want it to come from. Or it's like a new relationship with home that you're forming. Yeah, macabre. Okay, that's making me think of a feeling of like always being home. Maybe before it's like you were chasing home, and now you've remembered through like some sort of maybe letting go of what you once saw as representing home, that home is always with you, or you can connect with your feeling of being at home. Yeah, I want to say it again, like always. Interesting, I'm wanting to say this. I'm wanting to say, if you have my deck in the future, the card remaining home. So there could be something about the future. And we have Ingus and Wunjo, which feels like that sense of like focusing upon your own joy. And also like creating for the future, planning for the future. Perhaps a new plan. It's like you're leaving behind once? Leaving behind once? Okay, that could be something. Leaving behind what once was, or leaving behind... It's more like your relationship to what once was. There's a strong sense of empowerment that I definitely feel here. That's the energy I was in before. I was saying like... I said the word mature or like teacher. I was trying to get at a sense of like strength that you have, or reliability, or just you being empowered. I'll read that one. The frequency of empowerment supports our ability to show up fully and completely. Yes! Uniting us with others in the deep trust that we are all connected through the same source. Perception. I'm not going to read that one either. Back of the deck is Divine Feminine. I feel like this is all to do with a reshaping that you've come to of your own connection to yourself. Your own connection to your favorite ever energy. And maybe that came through the releasal of what you thought that was. Or what you knew that was, but was like outside of yourself still, as opposed to that very energy, but just within. I think there's a feeling of knowing that love isn't condensed in one form, or two forms, or five forms. There's a feeling of really connecting with a love of life that you can have without certain things, or certain thing. Yeah, there's a feeling of like you have come to a lot of contentment through through that cocoon that I said, it's like you didn't want to choose that cocoon, but you did, and that, or in some way, the cocoon chose you, or you chose the cocoon, or both, and that brought you to this state of like fulfillment. Yeah, fulfillment and contentment. And maybe a re-belief in joy, or a reopening to what kind of joy you want to create. I feel like it's like a reconnection to the center of where you really want to live all of your life from. It's all like drawing everything back to yourself, it feels like. Yeah, this is a feeling of like you can't lose what is most valuable to you. You may be able to lose expressions of it, but never it. Yeah, there's a feeling of like maybe a bit of freedom that feels slightly, I hit ajar. Yeah, jarring maybe, like it feels a bit much, but also that it's invited and that you're looking forward to seeing how this unfolds. I'm getting a feeling of crying here, so yeah, it really could be a lot. But also it's like it's a lot, but you're grateful, or a lot, and you're inviting of that, or of all of this still. Yeah, there's a feeling of you followed your passion, you followed yourself. You followed a path that you didn't think that you would. Yeah, a feeling of like you really didn't think you would, but you did. Or maybe some of you would prefer to apply that the other way, like you really didn't, I forgot it. You really thought you would, and you did. Or no, wait. You really thought you would, but you didn't. Or you really thought you didn't, but you would. The thing is, I feel like you're finding that which you are after, but I think that it's taking a different direction. Either it's taking a whole other way to get there, or it's like it's just reshaping your idea of what there really was. It's like you're still getting exactly to where you wanted to go. You just had placed your your marker on the wrong point of the map. Or again, the way there, or the way that looks in person is different. But I also kind of feel like you know all of this, and I'm just reiterating now. Something about the word blast or blasphemy could be significant. Now I'm seeing like a water pistol fight. Something about connectivity, and especially like taking this back to the start of the reading. Maybe the start of something else. Maybe this is like the birth of your soul right back to then, or maybe the birth of your body, and something if you consider like beginnings of lifetimes. I'm seeing all these like tree branches. It's like they're all branching off in different directions, but I want to say it's all the same tree. And now you're remembering that even if like the branches are going in different directions, you still feel all of the branches, because you are that one tree. You could apply this to Earth also. Maybe you're feeling more connected to the planet you're on because you're realizing that you are that planet. I don't know why I wanted to halter then. It's kind of because I was like getting an example of like, wait, what if someone is on a planet that is not theirs? So it's like they're actually not from that planet. That message wouldn't apply. There could be something about, like, what are the chances? It's not one of the, what are the chances? It's taking me to a specific story I've written, but I'm not sure which part to say. It has crystals, it's like crystal beings involved, but that they're not even, it's like, even though that's like the main character, most of the other characters encountered aren't that. But okay, whoa, okay, if this is like way down the line, go to my story that I've written around the main character called Falfa, because I feel like that is really here. Okay, but for many of you, words. Oh, I can just so see how this is relevant. It's like there's only 2 crystal beings in that story, and they're even. Oh, I don't want to spoil it. Yeah, I think that's an energy here, and I'm not gonna spoil it. I'm not gonna say it. Yeah. So it's like a feeling of always being connected to the crystal part of yourself, to the home part of yourself, to who you are and everything that relates to. And yet also your story being not centered around that, or it's like it is centered around that because it's you. Like Falfa is a crystal being who is the main character, but all that we see him experiencing is not him. So maybe that analogy is more relevant for you, of not being on your own planet, and yet that is the focus of your experience. You still are connected. And when I said that, I even didn't see it being like you are connected to the planet. It was more again of like you are connected to the planet you're from. Like say you're an earthling and you're on Mars, then it's like you never lose your connection to Earth even when you're on Mars, because you literally are Earth. if your soul is embodied in a portion of Earth, no matter where that portion goes to, it's never not Earth, even if it's just a tiny fraction. Okay. Is that it for your reading? I think it might be. Okay, one message is, if you see something that you're feeling like clicking on or like following the trail of, but you ordinarily wouldn't, this is a call to click it. It's like there'll be like a nudge, like a niggle, a small feeling of like, yes, like I kind of like, or I'm intrigued. It's kind of an intriguing feeling. Curious, yeah. But there might be like old parts of you that wouldn't have, but this part of you would. Yeah, that energy is quite strong here. Crystalline, clean, pristine, I think that's a better word. Which is weird because I feel like that word doesn't fit here, but for some of you it's like, whoa, yeah, that so fits. I want to show this card popping out because it's a heart, and I will always show the heart if it should desire to pop out. Okay, I'm gonna clear. I feel like there might be a couple more cards, I don't know, but if you feel like leaving here, then bye bye, I love you. See you in another reading if I do see you in the planet that we may or may not be sharing embodiment of as of now. And if not, then I'll show you in the embodiment of a larger collective. Bye bye. Maybe I'll use my new oh my goodness, words. Maybe I'll use my new yes or no deck. with that which I would call in this moment you. And would I be correct? I don't know. But would I be incorrect? I also don't know. Do you ever wish you could, like, choose your own voice, like, on a program? And it's like, it's either switched on that sound, or that, like, that's where it's coming from, or not. I feel like that feels like that energy of home. Like, where are you speaking from? And also a sense of, like, you're always speaking from you. No matter how different it sounds, or no matter what body you're currently moving around, it's always you. That being that body, but also that being so much more. Clap, 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 clap. Oh, I haven't drawn a seal either in my deck of animal cards. I don't want this body deck out. Suddenly things got a bit messy. I don't really mind it, it's quite peaceful. I guess it's a little bit of a feeling of like, ooh, what can I explore from here? Chicka, 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 chicka. I want to do that again, but from the other side. Ooh, it made a different noise. Chicka, chicka, chicka. Yeah, it's the same thing, but depending on which angle you take, it sounds completely different. And maybe that has to do with the voice too, and now my throat is so clear compared to earlier. It's still like a little bit, ow. It was, I didn't feel that at all, but then immediately after I said one of those things, then I felt like a tiny, ah. Chicka, 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 chicka. I don't know how much you can see of this. Is this, you can see all of it. All of it. Not anymore, I'm taking it away. It away. I haven't made that noise for ages. What is that about? No. Present and accounted for. What about coyotes, though? No one ever gave them a name. And rightly so. They hadn't earned their table because they were still creating their flower, but it's like they hadn't made the eyes and the beak yet. They had made a mouth, but they also wanted a beak. But and something about like the basis of the petals. It's like they'd coloured the petals, but they hadn't actually created the physicality for that colour to go on yet. So it was like kind of tripping up the people around them who were like, whoa, like what are you doing? Like I see colour without form, or it's like I'm seeing something that isn't there, but it definitely is there because I'm doing it, I'm colouring it. That just feels again like that same message of like home. It's like, even if you're not seeing it in the way that you do in another respect, you are seeing it. I want a colour. What colour is relevant here? Woo! Every colour. I just heard the start of is that called Somebody to Love? It's a Queen song. Can anybody find me somebody to love? I feel like that's what it's called. Okay. So maybe every colour is significant. Prosperity. And I feel a bit weird, like I needed to get confirmation on every colour. It's like I asked for a colour and then I got every colour. Maybe that's also what you're doing, like you were trying to get your favourite colour, but instead you got your favourite colour taken away from you and you gained all of colour. All of colour. Colour. Okay, if you have a question, say so now. Hold your hand up and point to the sky and say your question. And then, oh no, I thought of another good rhyme for that, but I didn't say it because it was, what was it? Offensive to my race. No, that is your answer. But no full stop. Full stop? I think it's more about the full stop than the no. By the way, just letting you know. But not an N-O, but more like a K-W. Not the no part, just the K-W part. So like a qua. Like a qua, and then the full stop. But also yes, with sad faces though. But even in that, it's like I'm being so drawn to the eyes. It's like those are carrying it on. Carry on my legacy. Carry on for me. But what's interesting is even though, but without the N and O, but though doesn't have an N. So why would I say N? End? Yeah, it's like you're trying to create an end, but there's no such thing as end. So you're like left with happiness. It's like, yes is what it's like. It's like a pretend goodbye. Or like a pretend hello. It's like a pretend. And I said the card remaining home for you, right? I'm pretty sure that was you, Pile 2. And that card is a bit like pretend, because it's a card that basically is a reminder that we never... It's basically everything I've said already. There's a feeling of like, you don't remember your own home. No, I meant it the other way. You don't find your home, you remember it. Something along those lines. I don't really like the way that came out. And I also am noting my voice again. It's kind of like flibble-flobbling. Not just my voice, my whole energy, my demeanour. Both. But both in reverse. But there is a neither. And that would make me think of both in reverse. It's more, again, it's like the picture is more important. Words, I was gonna say words aren't important, but then I remembered that when I was putting your crystal away, I did something with my mouth. And it made me think of patika. It's a certain thing in Welsh, which makes me think of the alphabet. And that makes me think of how words are important, even though I was just saying they weren't. Which just makes me think of that message, like something that you maybe were, or a part of you is thinking isn't important, but it really is. It's a feeling of like you don't disconnect, you keep you keep connect. Because with that analogy of the colour, it's like, yes, you lose your favourite colour, but you really can't lose your favourite colour if you gained awareness of every colour. You literally got every colour. It's a feeling of no longer condensing yourself or cutting yourself off from more than what you are. Less than what you are? Yeah, there's so much like contradictory energy here. Or it's like it's this but it's not this. Or it's this and it's this. But it's not really, but it really is. I'm gonna get some number cards for you. I feel like we're not done yet. I don't really like the energy I'm in, even though usually I would like this. It's like I would like something close to this, but not this. Like it's is verging, or it is playful. Yeah, it's not that it's verging on playfulness. This is playful. It's just not nice playful. Yeah, it's like something is what it is, but it's just not very nice. Or it's just not... I'm not getting more about that. Desirable, question mark? 95. Oh, this feels like that. Where is it? No, it doesn't. The both card. Where's the both card? There we go. Took a while to find it. I'll zoom in one sec. In case you're curious. Ah! Okay. I feel like that's significant zooming in too. Zooming in isn't letting go of the zoomed out, it's just changing the awareness of how something is being presented, or it's like you still feel everything that's outside of the viewpoint, like you have a memory of it, but that's just not where the focus is. Yeah, these just they both just look like a mountain and the peak is being highlighted. That wiggly no card kept wanting to pop out. It's like an unsureness. No, but I'm sad, or no, but does it have to be? Or no, but I don't really get it. It's like these three have to be on the side though. Yeah, there's really something I don't like in this energy. Why did I want to go like budum-ch? Okay, bear with. I'm going to, or don't bear with. I think that's kind of the point. Like, scoot off if you don't want to be here, but I'm going, and maybe that's the message too. Like, if you don't want to be somewhere, then be everywhere, so that somewhere is just only like a little bit there. That's the worst message. Fill my water. That's what I'm gonna do. Then I'll get back to this. Or not. Oh! Whoa, I've never made that noise before. I've had the opportunity for that for several... I'm wanting to say decades. Maybe several lifetimes. Nah, it's closer than that. Several decades. Several hours. Several long times. But I've never made it before. And it happened when I was doing something I thought someone else wouldn't like, or that, I don't know, there's just like I don't really like what's going on here, and maybe like in an attempt to avoid reading what I didn't think I was going to be able to read, and I thought that was like, I don't want to, something like that. Then the big ping, the big, I've never experienced this is amazing, the rainbow feeling, then that happens. Whoa! Oh. My straw just dropped out of the lid that I was holding way above my glass. And I was like, whoa, and I thought that it had dropped right back into the glass, which would have been a miracle. But then I looked down and it hadn't, but I wasn't disappointed that it hadn't. I was just like, oh, okay. It's like the happening was cool regardless of what actually it was. Oh yeah, and in that I'm finding a new noise I can make. There's something about like color and noise and just the understanding of like reality or expressions of energy in the I don't want to say an artistic form, but that could be relevant for you. A creative way? It just feels like in a higher way, or perhaps an older way. Like a more soul-connected way. Okay, this is going to really piss me off soon, because I really don't like this energy, but I don't know what to say or do to change it. I feel like that's what you're in. And I also feel like I was trying to figure out what 5 + 5 is for so long. It's like I was trying to find what that goes down to, but I like kind of couldn't decide which way to do it. Like 5 plus 4 equals 9, and 9 plus 1 equals 1. In it, like 9 plus any number in like numerology, getting it down to the single digit is, it's like you can just forget about the 9 because it's always the other number. So I could have done it like that way, or I could have done it like the 5 plus 5 equals 10, and then 1 plus 0 is 1. And I couldn't decide between which one to do, but it kind of wasn't even about that. But it kind of was. I don't even know. Yeah. And then I did it, I think. Well, I did do it, but it's almost a feeling of like I did it based off what you guys would have read of it. Like I used someone else's brain instead of my own. Anyway, 5, 4, 1, 7 could be significant. This lower part looks like the opening of the 16 card. It looks like, and the 55 looks like the spiral, the center of it. It's like 3 perspectives on the very same thing. And I'm wanting to say it's important that there are 3 perspectives. It's not even important, and they look all like the center zoomed in of this bottom card. This is giving me the example of 3 different souls experiencing something very similar to the same thing. Did I say 3 different souls? Yeah, 3 different souls who are of, like, I'm gonna say the same origin. They're very, very similar souls, and they're experiencing a very similar lifetime and yet apart. And the importance is that they're having 3 different experiences, because if they were having the same experience, it would be pointless, because it would be like the same soul having the same experience. There's just something about, like, yeah, you might even want to like muddle around the things I've said to fit a different scenario, but with the same kind of concept of 3 or multiple visions, multiple perspectives of the same thing. And there doesn't have to be a degree of separation, but I feel like there has to be in some degree for there to be like a boundary of different perspective. Of this is what I'm experiencing and this is what you're experiencing. And at the core, we're the same and we're experiencing the same thing, but when we zoom out, we're really seeing this differently, and that's the beauty of it, or we're enjoying that. And with there being a card that encompasses them all, maybe there is a sense of all of this coming back into a togetherness, all of these different perspectives being collaborative, all of these like even juxtaposing things, actually relating in a way that is the either former or final or both picture. You know, I'm even in like a state of, ordinarily I would be enjoying this kind of reading, like the concept we're on about, and I even feel like I could get more of like a specific idea of what this is on about, or I could enjoy this, but I'm not. It's like instead I'm feeling grumpy and it's not even a feeling of like I want to end the reading. It's like I'm still doing it. I'm still kind of here, but it's like a grumpiness. I feel like you're almost distracting yourself from the truth. I think the truth is way lighter than you might like it to be. Like, the truth is that you're at peace or that you're happy, but you've almost tricked yourself into feeling like you're not. Because I think that I'm seeing an image of like pouting, but you're not actually sad, but it's kind of like you are sad, but it's just like it's the baby in you that didn't get something as a child, and you're like on the brink of realizing that you can get that without needing to go about it in the old way, or in the way that like your childhood taught you. It's like you're on the brink of being in bliss or at complete peace, or, and I don't have to mean complete, but there's just a part of yourself that feels like it's coming home to itself in a way that it hasn't before, or that you're recognizing, it's like you're recognizing peace in something that in childhood wouldn't have been peaceful for you. It's like that reflection of in childhood. It could be something specific in childhood, but I feel like it's more a reflection of that. It's like your idea of okayness is changing. It could have to do with the security in your sense of self too. I'm also reading this a bit like a stability, this 4, and then a whirlwind of change, that stability being what's that called? Up-currented. Up and out of here. That stability no longer being there, and through that being like an internal student of why you were really like latched on to that type of security in the first place. And with that, I kind of want to get another one of these, both. That's actually making me think of both parents, and it's kind of like you're rewriting your past to view yourself as having to, like, both parents, or I'm trying to fit this to everyone's, you can just change it if how you know it's most peaceful applying for you, but to a situation where you feel like you had both parents in harmony. I just feel like it's your brain that doesn't, no, it's your body. It's like part of you really doesn't like what's going on, because it's a feeling of not getting what you were given in childhood, and that childhood being that sense of stability, and you're realizing that that was just what had been taught to you, and that's not your true sense of stability, and that which you weren't given in other senses that could bring you peace, you're able to get, and that doesn't have to be with conditions of pain, or there's no loss of love. And my throat kind of like went at that, so it feels like there could be a feeling of you of like resisting the feeling of loss of love that comes with this sort of peace experience that you're having. But I think in fully processing that feeling of losing love, it's really just showing you that which you lost in childhood, and you realize after coming out of that processing that it was never about what you thought it was about. It was always about like your body from being a little baby. I think you're so much like being opened to life, being open to yourself, the truth of that, and then seeing that reflected in all of your life. You seeing yourself, seeing full support and nourishment. I'm being reminded of the collective reading of this video, and I'm not seeing what in particular, but it was something about perspective. I'm going to put these away. But there was another message. The card Up to You wants to come through. Yeah, I feel like you're letting go of something that was really, really painful to hold on to. It doesn't have to be something outside of yourself too. It could be like a way of doing things, but it's a feeling of like, this is how you were taught to do things, or this is what your body thought was safety, but it really wasn't. You're learning what true safety and what true love is. Maybe for some of you, like that full stop. It's like the full stop is more important than some of you gave it credit for. And yes, I kind of meant that in this reading, but not really. I more meant it like what that full stop represents in your life. That was really significant, and especially more like your reaction to that. That is what really shows you your own limitations, your own restrictions is what I want to say. Both what you came from and what you can go towards. Some of you it's more like how, but that's still like what you're coming from would be the how of one way and going towards the how of another. The how of another? I feel like someone might have heard that in a specific way that felt cool. Yeah, there's a surrendering here. And I don't want to say bittersweet, because it's like better than bittersweet, but it's just like similar to that energy. Some of you are like, no, it's bittersweet. But it's not. I feel like it's not. I feel like that's just like processing where you've come from, processing those old emotions from childhood or from later, if that resonates more. It's just like a feeling of this was in your body and this wasn't really about the thing that feels more recent to you. And recent is subjective, but I feel like that would make sense. I heard the word closure, which goes with that energy of full stop. It's like, what really was that? Or why was that? How was that? I think it's more about none of them. Who was that? Who, what, when, where, why? It felt like a one I hadn't said. And maybe that's it. It felt like a one I hadn't said. You can change a couple of those words if it fits more. But that essence. There's a feeling of like when you recognize why you felt the way you did about this. It's like that is home, that is remembering. And that remembering is something that you can't let go of because it's just ever present. It's you, it's like a remembering of, I'm kind of seeing like your place in the galaxy, which makes me want to get one of these cards again for you. I had like something along the lines of like balance and destruction. Yes, I like this energy. Do we do it that way or do we do it this way? No, there's definitely this way. There's a feeling of that, of like something might take a moment to really see it clearly, but when you do, you can't go back. Yeah, again, there's a feeling of like you can't go back, full stop too. But that feeling, the feeling you get when you tap into that energy of like being resolute with something, that feeling is the important part. Oh wait, this is really zoomed in, isn't it? Let's keep it a bit zoomed in. Let's get one more card then. I almost feel like the gap is purposeful though. Like, it's like that's it. It's like leaving space for infinity, leaving space for what is true. That full stop is an essence of, like, you can't go back. But that's, it's like if you take that in a way that doesn't really feel nice, I don't think that's it, because I think the feeling of I can't go back is that of I can never not have myself. I can never not remember who I am or where I've come from. It's like something in your body has changed. This experience or who you are now, there's a feeling of like that true stability, the true number 4 that can come when you allow that true 55 of complete release and surrender. And then the 7, and was it 16? Yeah, 16 is that like insight, that internal feeling, that internal like feeling of love that you have that just feels so special to you, feels so sacred. It's like, yes, it's applied to maybe an experience or a being outside of yourself, but it also kind of feels like it has nothing to do with that. And it's also personal to you. And I think, okay, the energy I'm in now, it's like, even though it's like the same energy as I was in before when I was saying I didn't like it, this energy feels good because I'm expressing it, or it's like a feeling of, it's that surrender, the 55 of acknowledging it, of letting go of the 4, letting go of that which you were clung to. When you let go of that which you were clung to, you feel like the true embrace of what it was, because there's a reason why it's like a clinging is always like a sense of feeling somewhat separate. You don't cling to, like, well, typically I feel like we don't cling to our bodies, for example. It's like we're in there. We are our bodies. That's what I'm saying for now. And yet it's like with another person, there can, or a lot of us have experienced more of a sense of like we're trying to cling to them because, and you can apply this to anything, but I'm saying this for the sake, we're trying to cling to them because we feel like we don't naturally have that always. We feel a sense of like, I can lose this. But when you fully let go, you realize that there was, it's like you were clinging, and that was causing a distance, that was causing a sense of, I am not this. So letting go is the realization that all that you were feeling was you. And that feeling of like feeling still separate was just probably a childhood feeling of feeling like your parents distanced themselves from you. Like there was a need to like not just completely fall into someone's arms, not have been completely taken care of. Like energetically being able to rest always, needing to never worry. I'll see if another card wants to come through. Yeah, it does, but in an interesting way, or in a way I wouldn't have it. In a way I wouldn't have been able to explain, or it's not really predict. I'm trying to figure out which way up this goes. Interestingly, I think it's not this way. Why am I doing it that way though? Oh, it's totally not that way. There's something in that chain of actions that I just did. It's like when you recognize what something is not, then you can really see what it is. It's like you can't say yes to something until you first said no to what it's not. Or again, if we're taking that more applicably than how we to what we were talking about before, it's that sense of until you fully let go, you can't fully have. It's a feeling of if you're trying to experience infinity, then void is inclusive of that in that. I think for a lot of you, you're really understanding what something is and your love for something through not having it. And through not having it, you're realizing that it was the feeling that you wanted, and that not having it includes that feeling. And so you never don't have it. Or you never don't have that feeling. Okay, I'm gonna end your reading there. I feel like there's somewhat of like a dissatisfaction with some of you. And I encourage that. Why? You may ask that yourself. On to pile 3. Okay, see you in infinity. Bye bye. Let's zoom this really out. Ah, my cards are more visible now. I have no place to hide. Why would I want to hide? Because of all the skunk in the way. Skunk, not gunk. The skunks, they're eating my cabbage. I told them not to eat my cabbage, but they just kept biting and biting. Someone's gotta have like a skunk problem of eating their cabbage, right? Let's all wish them well. The skunks, that is. Okay, welcome in pile 3. I feel like there's something like so relieving about how much space you have. I really brought the camera up for you. I think I'm gonna have to continue to stand up. Actually, maybe I will just stand up for this, because I was gonna stand up for the others. Or just earlier I felt like standing up, but I didn't. But this time I feel like it's more appropriate, or I'm gonna be able to have a better time with it. Okay, let's get some character cards down first. Flop. Okay, the back of the deck feels more significant than usual for you. And I wonder if that's kind of like the undercurrent of your life feels more important than it often does. Like, as opposed to what you're focused on, it's actually what you're not focused on. Which is interesting because we have, the back of the deck is Alpha and she has like a camera, which makes me think of focus. And I said that's interesting as if it was going to contradict what I was going to say, but actually it went very much in line with what I was going to say, which is this is the focus. But it's kind of weird, like I'm still unsure about that, because there's a sense of like, this, what is the focus? The focus is the focus, but what is that? So perception, like where is this all being viewed from could be the focus, as opposed to what you're actually viewing. We have Koro Sensei from Assassination Classroom and Rapunzel from Tangled. Okay, I want to keep getting cards for you. Let's get some number cards. That's interesting too. So I have one blank card in this. I think it's only one. And the back of the decks are also white. And so it was like I'm just rolling up my sleeves. That feels significant because both of these feel like they're about to go into battle. Like Rapunzel has her frying pan and her like sidekick. Pascal is dirtier than he seems. He's got more up his sleeve than the rest of them. Apply that to your situation. Maybe we can't yet, and maybe that's significant for you too, because maybe you're just observing. It's like you're seeing the picture. Maybe these two are actually two that aren't you. Maybe these are characters in your life, and we're going to be viewing them. We'll see. But yeah, we will see. That's what you're doing. Yeah, something about observation, planning for the future. Yeah, both of these two feel like planning too. I can't remember what I was going to say about Koro-sensei. Oh yeah, they just... That tangled... Rapunzel had her frying pan ready for action and he has a gun. Koro-sensei. Okay. Whee! Yep, the blank card came out. Perhaps neither here nor there. The 88 wants to pop through. And this makes me think of holly. So I'm going to get a tree possible tree card. I think this could be significant for you, possibility, because we have blank. I zoomed out the camera tons. We're talking about perspective, like where's it all coming from? Both of these do kind of give a sense of adventure. I kind of feel like that could also be representing people who maybe aren't on board with a particular adventure of yours or perspective that is more like liberating of yours, but I'm not sure. It's like, why are they going into battle? That's what I'm wondering. Those ones flipped out when I kind of said in my head that I wasn't feeling content. We have past at the back of the deck. Oh, so maybe you're looking to your past, observing your past, or seeing where, like, why you act the way you act, or why your perspectives are the way they are. Okay, these are all going to be in a jumble. It feels like they're going to land in the perfect place, but it might be surprising that that is so. Let's put circle over there. Oh, he doesn't fit. Okay. Those can fit if we move them up. I'm going to drink some water. Then we'll see what we're seeing. Circle can go there for now. There's a feeling of being like perched and waiting. It's like the time isn't right yet. I think you're being called to look. It's like, look at what you can do now in relation to where you want to go or what you want to create. We have Draco and Dragon Realm at the bottom, which kind of feels like your future. It kind of felt like present and Arcturians is where you're currently at, or maybe the past even, which is interesting. It's like present is in the past. And then we have Birch and Fairies, which felt like future, and then maybe Draco and Dragon Realm is like far future. It kind of feels like the groundwork though. The future is the groundwork. It feels like you're creating based off all that you want to perceive or accomplish in like a really zoomed out field. This is also making me think of time a lot because of all this like past and present, and then Draco and dragons always make me think of time. Always. In this case are. And these two felt like they were both characters who plan for the future, and circle is making me think of like infinity. They those two fit very well. Possibility. The orange. Why did you get the orange? Could be something about creation. Yeah, this all feels like creation to me. Like, what are you creating? Okay. Let's get some of these cards. I feel like it's significant that you chose the card color, the group 3 too. For some of you, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Yeah, it's like these aren't wanting to come, but I'm going to note that and then carry on. Yeah, I feel like time at the back of the deck, yes. Give it time. That's the really simple message. If you wanted a simple message, there you go. Give it time. Persevere. Or continue to look to the future. There's something prosperous, fruitful here. It's just not time yet. But there's also a feeling of like tapping into that which you see in the future and embodying that here, or bringing that to your past. My voice felt like it went more sturdy when it was talking about bringing the future to the past. Okay, so the 3 cards that came out were resonance, we're the same, reality. I wanted to give like another sentence for that. This card, resonance, we're the same, is like the only card in this deck that has another phrase below. That's not true, but I'm saying that. I only realized it wasn't true after I said it. There could be something about that for you. Realization, that kind of feels like reality. That only happens once you've said something. I kind of heard like said your piece, but I was seeing that more like peace as in I heard something to do with the mother there. That could be significant, or like someone who's like a mother figure to you, or grandmother. Maybe someone you call mom. Mom. Does someone call someone mom? I want to call someone mom. Before I put the moving stag card down, I want to note, in the field in front of me, there is a lamb, a single lamb. Well, no, there's other sheep too, but there is only one lamb. And I said there's only one of these cards that has the quote underneath it. It has extra to it. There's only one. And the lamb is so adorable and so tiny. It's like way smaller than I've ever seen a lamb be before. There could be something significant about Plan B. Oh, that's the first time I've seen it suckling. I only noticed it come in yesterday, or maybe it was the day before. Okay. I shall place the moving stag card now. And I'm also noting, like, even though I zoomed out a lot for your reading, it filled it up really easily. So something about like filling, easily filled. And I was just talking about the lamb feeding. Easily filled. I think this is talking about something that I just heard is on your mind. Really? Something on your mind the reading is talking about? And I felt like I said that backwards. And that being here with time, I feel like you've seen the end result of something and you just want confirmation that that's true. Yes, it's true, and yes, you can keep working at it, or keep this as a goal, because it's something that you feel is fullness already. Yeah, this feels like really feeling your future in your present. Feeling all of time woven into just this centerpiece. shaping your present with your own perspective of it. And of it, since it's all woven into this one piece, being your perspective on all of time, the future and the past. What do you see? How do you see it? How do you feel surrounding it? And shifting that to be all-encompassing of the energy that you're wanting that to be. To be. That made me first hear like what you're wanting to be is like bringing the focus to the future again. But I'm feeling so much plan B energy. That's not even what I was going to say, which makes me think of like, again, plan B. It's like it wasn't the first thing, but it's the second. Or it's not, how do I word this? It's giving more of a feeling of like if it didn't work out from one perspective, then continue to change your perspective until it does, because this is something that you want to create. If this is if you have a situation where you have something that you're not wanting in your life, or that you are struggling for inspiration surrounding, this isn't the reading, because this is something that brings you so much life and vibrancy and inspiration to think about, to embody the energy of. Which is interesting I'm saying that, because while yes, I feel quite sturdy within your reading, I can't say I'm like full of vibrancy, even though I feel like this is something that brings you fullness and vibrancy. And even look, his head looks like the orange. Oh, and this is interesting too. Alpha's hair, which was the back of the deck we were saying that you were embodying a lot of, or this was the focus. I feel like that is just the saying like, first of all, focusing on that perspective of all of your life, not just where you currently are. And then her hair is green, and that felt like it related to pile 4, the apple, which is the next pile. It's not even your pile. I think for a lot of you, you're focused on what is happening next, or that's the call. It's like focusing on what happens next, that feeling, in order to ground that in the presence. It's a feeling of bridging the gap between the reality that you perceive in the future and this resonance card, like resonating with that here. This is just like a manifestation energy reading. Create it here, feel it. Feel the future in the past. Okay, I'm gonna get a bird card. Some of you may be slightly trying to figure out things, and this is just a call to surrender and just feel. Embody. Yeah, don't worry about the... I heard altercations. Don't worry about what's involved in this. Just feel that's... Just feel what your relationship to it is from your perspective. It doesn't matter any other perspective. It's like the true feeling. I want to say the truth that you know to be true. Despite... I don't know, I kind of want to say like despite certain lenses you've faced. Woo! We've got blue tit. This is giving me a sense of naivety or freshness, but it's like a fresh approach. But it's not... Yeah, I'm going to say a fresh approach. Spring energy. But that innocent feeling is coming through very strongly. Like daydreaming. Some of you also taking more practical steps with grounding this energy. Like, for example, painting a scene that you see in your future and feeling the presence of it. What is it with this? Maybe it's just all about preparation, but there's something about both of these characters. It's like they weren't just preparing, they were like preparing with violence, or like preparing to attack, preparing to defend. And the focus was actually, the important part is prepare to perceive. It's like going from holding a weapon to just holding understanding. Like trying to approach from, it's like trying to approach not from trying to get any one thing, but simply to, it's like simply to approach, simply to be a part of the picture. It's definitely giving a sense of like, yes, planning, feeling, yes, creating, and but more strongly like surrendering to the truth, surrendering to more of an energy of disciple is what I heard. Understanding. I kind of want to get another word than understanding. I'm actually gonna walk around my room once. I've never done this in a reading before. So I'm very curious what this is about. I knew exactly what I was gonna do. I'm actually seeing a moon crystal now. 1 moment. Okay, interesting. Let's bring this guy in for you. Ooh. The sky? Bring the sky in for you. I would bring the sky in for you. I'd bring this guy in for you. Okay. So what that felt like it was doing was, I knew that I was going to walk around the room, and I had a non-attachment to what I was actually going to do, whether I'd like see something, grab something, or I didn't really think like of possibilities. I just left it open, and I walked around the room and nothing special happened, but I wasn't attached to anything happening, so it was fine. It was fine. I think some of you have a particular outcome that you're really wanting, and this is a call to that more like the side approach again, like plan. I think that plan B message is a different message. Okay, maybe we'll come back to that. But I walked around the room, which was what I saw would happen. But then when I got back and was ready to relay that message, well, first of all, I felt like a happiness, like that was fun. But, or like returning was fun. It's like the walk itself was just nothing. But then when I got back, I was like, ah, haha, I did it. and then I saw the moon crystal. So then I went back, halfway back, got the moon crystal, and then brought that here, and then explained everything. Okay. I'm gonna get a rune. There's also something significant about a feeling of like not crossing. Like, I know this card is here, but I want to say like none of the cards are like on top of one another. It's like everything has its own space, and there's so much room here. So much room. I'm kind of feeling like so much room to grow. But I'm seeing this as like a mountain on the bottom, which feels more like, it's like not small growth, but it's like entire landscapes. So it feels like, how do I explain that? Oh, it's not how do I explain that. I think that's what you're in. It's like, how do I get this? But it's not about how do I get this or how do I explain it. It's more about what actually is this. My belly keeps rumbling too, so is there a message in that? I'm not sure, but that's there for you if you want to interpret. Okay, yeah, again, just the same message of approaching this from like a curiosity. Curiosity, what you'll find within yourself or what you'll experience. Being open to new experiences. It's like, even if you are like deliberately creating something in particular, I feel like there's more of an emphasis on the feeling of, yes, possibility with this blank card and circle, like anything could happen. And it's somewhat of like a sparkliness of everything, anything could happen. Okay, I'm wanting to say, like, before you knew that this was something you wanted, you didn't comprehend what this was. And it's kind of going back into that same mindset of there could be better, because you didn't even know about this at one point. So reopening to that sense of possibility. And it doesn't feel like this is saying don't go after this thing that you do want, or forget about this and open to like anything. It's just more like of a feeling surrounding this, like open to how this wants to present itself, or the shape that this could take, or the path, or the I feel like openness, that's what I'll say. Okay, so the runes, I got more than I usually would. We have Ewas, we have Kenaz. Oh, this is 6 again, so I guess I'll put them on these. We have Ingwas and Perthro. Othala. Oh, that fits Draco. Clutch. Clutch me. And we have Wunjo. Ooh. There's like a favourite feeling at the bottom. It's like a thing that you once knew, but more like your soul once knew. It's like remembering a favourite feeling, or a favourite image, or getting to keep something that you love is what that feeling is. That's, yeah, that feels like it. Getting to keep something that you love. But also I feel like some of you will get something very different from these runes, and it's like, yes, do that, go that. And I'm noting that I've said that a few times surrounding something similar. It's like always the small things that I'm like, hey, if you get something different from that, go with it. So there's something significant about it. It's like, it's not about the big things, which again feels like we're not asking you to change what you want as a whole, but it's like the specifics, like maybe have them be more mutable in your mind. So Ewas and Kenaz feels like working together to it just feels like working on that which you are inspired towards. It's so much about like a continual, like gradual inspiration. If this could happen, I don't feel like saying that. What do I? I feel like you're being called to really choose something, or really immerse yourself in something. And it's like, yes, that's the focus, and building momentum with that focus. And then there's like a strong feeling of allowing it to sprout itself, like let the universe do the magic. Like, do your part and we'll do ours. And the end result is a feeling of like long-lasting peace. Long-lasting, for some of you, community could be important. But I feel like for a lot of you it's more individual than that, or it's like, it's just this thing. I feel like you have a very clear vision about what this is. it's also making me think of like a flag, like, woohoo, we did it. Othala makes me think of like completion. It's literally a message of like, yes, choose, yes, chase, but then let go of choose and let go of chase of how, and then allow and see the fruits of your labor. Fruit could be very significant for you. But there's something about like the orange you chose. Well, the orange is a feeling of like all that you're feeling. And there's like so much I feel like you have right now that you want to give. And I think that focus on that feeling is very important. Should you desire to align with the importance that is flooding through this reading. It doesn't have to be important if you don't want it to be. And that's like, I feel like what would kick off the first element, which is, what do you find important? Because I think this is very like clearly something that you find important. There's a feeling of like, see how it grows, watch it grow, watch it. I heard watch it, like watch it, like there could be a fear of like overstepping. What is that? We'll get a card from this day. Maybe animals too. What's that watch it energy? That's that feeling again, like observe. Watch it grow, watch what happens next. And it's not even like a, like intensely, because I kind of feel like this is important to you, that you wouldn't just kind of watch it lightly. There's a feeling of like, you don't need to pretend to not find this important. And to try and detach. There's a feeling of like recognizing the importance this holds for you, but also recognizing there's a feeling of like your ability to choose, which feels like that same thing. So first feels like choice. What was that? Watch it. Wee. Two popped out. We have transition and authority. That could be a clear message that I feel like I might distort if I start describing it. There could be like a fear. Yeah, I think this is what this is talking about at the start. Like you might have a fear of really sinking more into this. Perhaps it's a fear of like, what if I don't get it? And then I realize that it's something I really want that I can't have. And there's a feeling of trusting that what you really want will be always shown to you. It just might not be expressed in the way that you thought it would be. It's like everything is always leading you to that which you're truly wanting. I feel like I'm just repeating the same messages though. Like, but allow that to present itself to you. It's like allow the universe to then hand you the steps towards what's next. It's like the first step is choosing. I feel like some of you might be waiting to see proof that you can get this before you choose that you want it. And this is kind of like a feeling of, what's that phrase? Something along the lines of like, you take the leap and the universe will catch you. But I'm wanting to rephrase that more like, you are the universe, so when you choose something, the universe is choosing it for you too. So the cards are transition and authority. The frequency of transition supports our deep understanding of the ever-changing nature of existence and our lives, so that we can learn to let go, surrender to the process, and allow transition to occur with ease and grace. Authority, and magic was at the back, I don't know if I said that. The frequency of authority reminds us that true authority is powerful, directed, and realized, yet receptive, wise, and loving. There's a feeling of like aligning with that of your own authority. And I feel like some of you feel like you have to do that outside of this desire. And that the truth is that your desire to have this, and that denying that part of yourself is denying a part of yourself, which wouldn't be alignment with your own inner authority. I don't like the phrase inner authority, at least in this moment. I just want to say authority, full stop. Your own authority. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Yeah. Easy? Did we do it? I love that the back of the deck is magic. The first is like, choose. Then the second is allow that choice to be shown to you. Allow yourself to see all the ways in which your body, your mind, your emotions weren't choosing this. Because choice is, I'm going to say in this reading, choice is the same as alignment, which is the same as manifestation, which is just experience. So if you yourself aren't allowing yourself to experience this energy, then that's the same as not allowing yourself to experience its energy in the expression that I think that you'd be thinking of it in. Interesting, we have mooing cows. Let's get an animal card. We have moving stag as well as transition, which are both energies of change, shifting. Even the reality card and resonance, they both feel like cards of unsureness, of like not being there. And that's the point of this reading, is like recognizing where you are and where you want to go. I feel like it's a feeling of like you're trying to figure out the in-between, maybe. I feel like that's not even strong for all of you. Some of you are just like watching. You're just in that watching stage. But I feel like for some of you, it will really fit that energy that you're in, of you're feeling like you're trying to figure out the how before you even choose the what. Or before you even like ground your desire of what is to come. Like the 1 and 3 feel like your focus points. 2 can be the magical part that happens in between. Tortoise. It feels like a sense of like your guidance is slow and steady wins the race, but also more like looking within you at it's making me feel of the 3, which is the dragons, like where you're going, and that feeling of like that ancient groundedness, the form you want your ground to take. And it's like the future is the form you want your ground to take, and then it's like seeping so heavily into your body that floor becomes your very body, and allowing yourself to like show up is what's going through. Allowing yourself to like reflect that truth, reflect the truth of your future in the present. There's a feeling of like this feels like work, but I think any resistances that you have surrounding it come when you haven't fully chosen it. And so like it may feel like work, but I think that when you choose it, when you are like really immersed in it, when something has clicked, which this reading is hopefully helping towards or with, when that thing clicks, that's when there's like it's like a burst of inspiration, because that's when you feel like you can actually make step forwards. I feel like it's like I feel like you know what steps you even want to take. It's not even like a leaping, it's like just choosing to take the steps forwards. I just think maybe you have a fear of it not working out, but where is that fear even coming from? I feel like it's irrelevant. I feel like it's coming from a sense of trying to protect yourself from like a pain of what not having this would quote unquote equals. Like, what do you think that not achieving this would mean? I think for a lot of you, you feel like it would mean some sense of like not being valuable. So maybe looking in childhood at when achieving certain things would have meant value, and thus not achieving things meant not value or not love. And then recognizing that you can't really go wrong with this. Because I think it's something you really want, and when you really choose to go after it, I think then you feel so full and feel so alive, and like you really can have it. And that, again, that disappointment feeling, or that fear of disappointment, that fear of having no value, it's irrelevant. I feel like I'm not fully explaining it, but I feel like I also am. I think this might be a reading that you integrate and then you might feel drawn back to. I'm not sure why that's popping up here. That could just have to do with the situation itself, but I feel like it's more talking about, or just maybe equals, talking about how this could be like a long process for you. But again, I feel like it's something you love. I feel a bit of like a no, don't tell me this next part I'm gonna say. But I'm gonna. It's a feeling of like, when you choose that this is something you really want, suddenly it's the journey that becomes so fulfilling. It's like you love that feeling of loving it, and it doesn't matter so much to you the having it part. It's the feeling of like looking back once you finish the race and being like, you know what, that race was really more of what I really wanted than the reward of winning the race, kind of thing, or that feeling of finishing the race. It's not to say it won't be satisfying, it's just to say that I think there's a reason why you want what you want, and a part of that is like what it means to be able to have it, like what that you is, who that you is. It's not really about the environment or the thing or the experience or the person or the being, whatever this is that you're wanting. It's more of who gets to have that. I think that's who you're really wanting. It's that reflection of self, that you. And I don't even feel called to saying like, so focus on that you, like to get, because that's the truth of what this is. It's like, no, you can still focus on that desire, that external, quote unquote external desire, because that's like just as much you as the other way I was seeing it, like the you. Basically, it's like, it doesn't matter what you focus on so long as you're focused on the thing that you really want. I just do think that your perspective might slightly shift on what that really is. It's like, it's not changing what it is, it's just changing, or it's adding to your understanding of why you love this thing that you love. Okay, pile number 3. That is it for your reading. Yeah, I feel like I liked it now. It's like I liked the whole thing, but there was somewhat of like I'm not fully clicking it still. It's like I'm not I feel like throughout you weren't like completely in it, and only at the end did you feel more in it. Something along those lines. Yeah, I feel like you'll really enjoy the steps to getting this, because I just feel like packing away is way more satisfying than usual. Ooh, look, this card is like browner than the rest. I love that. It's giving the feeling of the dragons. It just makes me think of like dusty books in a what do you call that? I don't know. I don't remember. One person just hated the fact that I used the word done then. Oh, that feels like it's bringing me to the word done. Like Josh Dun from 21 Pilots. So drums could be significant. That's making me think of a chicken. That's a thing, right? A chicken drum? Not but chips. Food could be significant. A lair. Dragon's lair. That's not actually what I was looking for, but I think that's way more satisfying. Maybe that is a big message of this. Oh, it's tasty. Yeah, I don't even really care about that thing I was trying to think of around books and dragons. Books and dragons, aren't those like the perfect pair? Hoarding, that's the word I was trying to think of. See, you get it in the end. Hoarding. It didn't even fit the sentence I was trying to say, but it was just like an image of a dragon hoarding loads of cool books. But there was something specific about them, like needing to be like slightly dusty. But it's also like only half of them are dusty and half of them are like not shiny, just like clever. Ooh, yeah, that fits. Clever. Love that. Okay, put my orange on my bed for later. My orange. Okay, I think I'll sit down for pile 4 and zoom in more in. I've been at this for almost 4 hours. That's kind of surprising. Welcome in, pile 4. We're quite zoomed in, aren't we? Yes, zoomed into your life. Zoom in, zooms. What's that? Zooms. I think that's from Little Big Planet, maybe? Zooms? I'm thinking it's like the cellar. That just made me think of Sonic Adventure 2. I don't remember why it made me think of that, but then I thought of cellar like the place underground that you keep wine. Well, I don't keep wine, but you do. That's what I said. Why did I come... Something about like, did I say you not me or me not you? I think there could be a sense of like, this reading could be switched for some of you, so this could be about someone else, or if you were trying to get it focused on someone else, maybe it's about you. Flip around. For some of you, this is about someone that you didn't want to hear about. You're welcome. Tortoise. Like the toes of an oyster. Oysters don't have toes though. What's that about? Okay. Got dragonfly at the back of the deck. The dragon will fly today. Cow, chicken, and tortoise. That's making me think of cow and chicken. I think that has a good... It's like a kids TV show. I think it has a really good intro. Or like a really bad intro. one and the same, perhaps? Okay, so cow with free flow, chicken with combination. I said chicken drumsticks before this. Maybe that's significant. I'm not gonna read it that way though. I feel like this is gonna be the best reading of the 4. Just saying. I feel like it's gonna be one that I like, and I feel like I'm taking ages to get into it, and I kind of feel like I shouldn't have started the reading yet. Back of the deck is Fox Friend. I also feel like it's tapped into the color purple, but like a diamond purple, or like a diamond shaped purple. Purple being an object. It could be something about viewing things as objects as opposed to more lively. Detachment makes me think of letting go of... I don't see a message, and I'm not feeling this reading either. It's weird. I'm cutting to delight, and I felt like I was going to be in like a really happy mood for these readings. I really felt like doing the reading. But they've all been a bit dismal. Or lacking play, and I'm saying that in your reading, which feels significant. Lacking play is something just a bit like down in the dumps. Free flow, combination, and detachment. A lack of boundaries, a lack of stability, which led... No, it didn't even lead to that. A lack of stability, which then creates some sort of union. Some of you, I might even leave like a timestamp for when I get the message of this, because I'm really not seeing anything. I probably won't. And I think that there's something so potent of the message in this squaggly not getting it at the start. So was there something you didn't quite get? 3 sacred geometry cards are Tantric Journey. I guess I'll just put them on top. Over the words. Get out of here, words. Okay. I think there's a sense of you wanting to feel more like there's certain things set in place. Like you want more boundaries. You want more, this is how this goes. It's a grounding. I think that there's a lack of grounding that you've had in some sense, and you may have been tapped more into the color purple, crown chakra. It's interesting that that's the color I was seeing. I wasn't seeing the Tantric Journey or Earth card first. It was the crown. So something about like seeing possibly the possibility of something as opposed to the reality of it, and I think the reality of it was less grounded than you'd like. I feel like there was a hope for something better, but that wasn't coming true, and grounding yourself more into your own body, your own life feels so significant here, and creating what you know to be true. I feel like you may have even come in for a reading that was far lighter, or you wanted more of like an interesting or curious reading. Like you may have wanted something more on like light, like a lighter life, or like something like cool perspectives, or something just more ethereal. But I'm feeling so tugged down. That could be what you're experiencing in a certain situation too. It's like something that you wanted that wasn't fulfilling in a certain way. I think something is too far from you. I think something is creating distance when there doesn't want to be. It's like the cards that I've got here. Interesting that I said I've got here, because I don't usually say that. So there could be something of like a possessiveness that's not wanted, or like again, that feeling maybe of like object instead of personal. Like something is just more not not giving a sense of like value. What I was going to say was like the cards that have come through, I feel like I'd be able to read them far more positively and with a sense of like more revelation and like self exploration and a new way of living. I feel like that's more of what you wanted, but in reality something is, it's like flipped and making you feel like what could be so good, what could be so fitting just isn't. I feel like it's not quite a frustration, I'd say. It's more of like a I wouldn't quite call it disappointment either. It's a feeling of like, I'm just gonna get on with my life because I'm tired of waiting, or I'm tired of giving to something that isn't giving back. It's a feeling of being with someone or something that you thought would be one way but isn't. It's like you thought that there was I think it has to do with wisdom of some kind or spirituality. It's like you thought you shared the same type of spirituality, but it's like slightly different, and that slightly differentness has made it so different. It's not giving something that is supportive to your way of doing things or to yourself. And yet I'm also wanting to say this is like the first time I felt more like myself in a reading, and this isn't true, but in this video, this isn't true, but this is the first time I'm feeling like I'm sitting down too, or like this is more normal. There's like a normality that you're liking. It's like you're back to yourself. Maybe this is the tail end of something difficult and you're feeling like you're brushing up on the details of something, and you're feeling more like you can get back to your groundwork, you can get back to yourself more. I feel distorted because I feel like this really like all points to more of like a lighter reading. But I keep being drawn back into a feeling like it's not. It's like I can't even read it that way. A small message for some of you is those that you're connected to on the other side, what you might consider to be that, they fill in the blank. I guess that's for you to decide, but that wanted to come through, like that's significant. And I think a big feeling of that is you are supported, you are held. I feel like you've come to more of a sense of holding yourself, like things may have been difficult and you may have felt out of sorts, but now even though you're in a bit of like a roughed up energy, you feel yourself, you feel, I heard like clean, you feel clean, cleansed. Something is no longer affecting you and you feel so grateful for that. I feel a sense of like you are looking around, you're looking at what's possible, you're looking at the light things, you're looking at like that which you are grateful for, and I feel like what you're finding is so much of like a gritty energy. It's like you are happy about what's going on, but there's just a sense of like lingering frustration or lingering, it's not lingering, I don't mean it like it's still like clinging. It's just a feeling of like you've come from there and you're still in the process of processing. This could have to do with someone who you don't trust. Oh yeah, and I said like this could have to do with someone that you don't want to hear about. I feel like the reading didn't then go into the direction that I thought it would, but so that could be something, again, that you felt something didn't go in the direction you thought it would. Maybe something you saw as more of a commitment that wasn't. I'm seeing earth, like hearth. That makes me think of Vesta and home and something that is like a light that doesn't go out. Maybe this was a light that presented itself in a way that wouldn't go out, but that did. Or that you no longer felt that sense of duty or sacred bond with, or progress with. It's like the cards say long-term exploration, expansion, but it feels more of a feeling of like a chicken that could be flying but has had its wings clipped. And it's like you still feel that feeling of having your wings clipped, but they're growing back, and the chopper is no longer around, so you know that you won't get them chopped a second time, or how many times you got them chopped. So there is that satisfaction of like, never again. But there is also a feeling of, it's like a good feeling of seeing the, I heard disgust, but that won't resonate for everyone, I feel. That of seeing the thing that you didn't like, seeing the experience that wasn't pleasurable for you in a clearer light. It's like, yes, you feel the pain surrounding that, but also, yes, it's truth, and so it feels good because you're no longer in resonance with that. You're no longer like a part of that. For some of you, it's like you're no longer caught in that web. So even though you're stepped outside of the web and you're seeing the web for what it really was, which could be, that could bring up a lot of feelings of having been mistreated, even though it's like those feelings of having been mistreated aren't necessarily the easiest. I think that you are grateful for them, and you're kind of liking that feeling. Like it's satisfying to see the truth more clearly. Because I think it's providing you a lot of validation for what you had been feeling for a long time, but maybe didn't fully recognize. With that feeling of Vesta, that's something that you pour a lot of like dedication towards, especially with cow and tortoise too. It feels like something long-lasting, something very grounded. I'm reading this now, the crown chakra. The frequency of the crown chakra, the violet flower of life, supports our spiritual connection to the universe and our ability to transmute negative energy into light. I'm going to get a couple of these cards. But that transmuting negative energy into light feels so significant. And now Sirius A popping out feels very much like that. It feels so sparkly, so vibrant. Actually, I don't like that those are going that way. Let's do that. So we have Sirius A, Mantid, and Green Nymph. Yeah, that Mantid is making me think of like a lack of boundaries. It's like the illumination of that which wasn't as secure as you thought it was, that which like had tethers in the wrong directions. It's like you recognized that there were tethers, but you didn't recognize to where they really were, or it's like you were kind of being pulled by one tether, and that was okay, and pulled in another, and it's like, okay, that's a bit painful, but that's okay. But it's like they kept coming, and then at one point it's almost like all the tethers that were kind of like wrapped around you but not like tight all got pulled at once, and then it's like you got frozen into place, or that's when you could no longer avoid the clarity. You could no longer unsee the truth from that. You may have progressively like numbed yourself to your own awareness because of, or shut off from, I said something about your spirituality, I think, being different. It's like you may have shut off from your own spirituality, like bit by bit with each tether, but then at the end it's like, oh yeah, I got completely shut off from it. Or by the end you were, or by the end you just realized how numbed out from your natural way of being, whether it be about your spirituality or not. It's like some sense of your own personal flow of life, it had become distorted over time. And this, you've come to more of an awareness of this, but it's still like you're processing what all that journey you went on had really like done to your body or done like to your energetics, or just done, full stop. Yeah, and green nymph is making me think of a healing that's now happening. Healing. Tortoise also does make me think of like a hard shell. It's like even though you are soft, you also like you've been through a lot, but it's like you remain, you continue forwards. And the detachment card feels pretty aligned here. Like feels like you are no longer in connection with something that was painful. Some of you may also want to detach like energetically, doing like a spiritual cleanse intentionally, cord cutting, if that resonates with you. But I think for a lot of you that's more confirmation that that's where you're at. I think you'll know. If you feel like doing it, then that's your message. Or if you feel like you wanted to know if it's already been done or not, then that's your message, that it has. Some of you both applies. Like you can still feel called to decoding, even if you feel like you are separated strongly. Yeah, I do feel that crown chakra, like I feel a bit out of it, even though I also feel very like things are more real than before. So Mintaka and Past came out. Those both feel similar. Yeah, this feels like a lost love situation, something that you once enjoyed, something that once... I heard something of like caretaking. Oh, could... Okay, there are lots of ways to read this. I hope it hasn't been sounding like it was too airing in one specific way. If your way feels like it applies but it didn't sound like it was fully being read, I hope that me saying this will make you feel more included. Okay, then we have elementals and Pleiades. Yeah, there's so much feeling of healing going on. And I'm wanting to say healing in spirit too. And I'm seeing someone lighting a candle for a passed on loved one. And they saw that, or they used that as a light. Okay, I'm wanting to get a final card to go on top of this, but interestingly, I'm wanting to get it from the Sacred Geometry deck again. Oh, 2 of them. Maybe not a final card. Yeah, Divine Feminine. I said something about that feminine energy at the start. Divine Feminine and Transition. I think I might get one for all 4 corners. Maybe move this down slightly. Or up slightly. And then go yang. There we go. I'm toppling everything on top of themselves, which is interesting because I specifically wanted to note that I wasn't doing that in pile 3, even when that wasn't even fully true. It feels so significant here, especially since this is talking about the past. I feel like a lot of you have lost a feminine figure in your life. Someone who once felt like home, who was always there for you. Maybe that's what all that spiritual energy was about. I'm willing to bet I was reading this in like only 5% of the way at the start, and now I'm realizing 95% of you, I feel like, have lost someone dear to you, and this is recognition of that. Maybe we'll get some messages from them in particular. I guess someone you once shared a home with, or just who felt like home to you. we have throat chakra, but the back of the deck wanted to be known, healing. I think there's something in that wanted to be known, and remembrance wants to pop out. This could be someone that passed away a while ago, or you let go of a while ago. That's just a message for some in case you wanted clarification on that. But the message for all of you is that there is a healing that's going on from this for you. Ordinarily, I feel like I would want to direct this more towards them, like I said, like maybe we'll get messages from them, but I'm not feeling that very strongly. And I think even when I had tried to earlier, I had kind of slipped up on it and kind of left it blank for you to feel more into. And I think that's significant here. And it just feels like Earth and Green Nymph in the center with, again, that healing card. It feels like you're really integrating this understanding more, and it's like you're feeling the remnants of what is left. You're feeling like the stillness that fills the space of them not being around. No matter how long ago this was, it feels like it's hitting you now. Maybe it continues to. This is a feeling of what is that? A feeling of, and then I went that could be a mannerism they had, in case that's a symbolism. Also, I'm scratching my right leg, my right knee. That could be a name or a nickname, or the letters N and I could be significant. So, oh yeah, you even chose the Granny Smith apple. Granny. What was I saying before? I feel like I did not do justice to this reading at the beginning. I wonder if that's a part of what you're feeling, like somewhat of like a regret, or feeling like you didn't do them proud, or you didn't cope with this, and or like something about like earlier. And with that, there's just an immense just the biggest hug coming through. It's like I could go about like verbalizing stuff to do with that, even though we have throat chakra. I'm not feeling that at all. I'm just feeling like a massive hug towards you. Not from me, from them. It's like you don't even have to worry about that. Like, don't, like, like we're not even going to keep talking about that here. They're so with you. And that's not always in, I want to say like a visceral sense, or like a right, like as a wandering spirit kind of thing. Maybe some of you needed to know that they're not lost. I think that was the reason why I wanted to say about the candle that some of you have lit, because there was a sense of like they have found their way, or a feeling of like of this peace. Some of you just really wanted to hear, whether that was consciously or subconsciously, that they're at peace. Yeah, that's why, again, I think the message was to focus on yourself, because they're okay. And this healing is for you. Some of them are saying thank you. Some of them are really chatty too. Others of them, their eyes could be really significant. Like the way they looked at you is really important. I was kind of seeing like quite sunken eyes, or just like they're very prominent. for some of you, it's like they were more prominent to you than they were to others. Oh, they have such lovely energy. I just felt one like more spiky one. Some of you didn't, not everyone here had like a very smooth relationship with them. And there just doesn't feel like any, well, I feel like one of them is like still very, they feel strict, one of them. And it's not just one, but I'm just saying like one example of them. Others of them are just so soft and gentle. But the common thread, it's like no matter your relationship to them in the physical, it feels like they're very strongly in the reading for you here, wanting to make peace, whether that be, it's not like make peace between you and them. It feels like it's more about, for a couple of you it is, but for most of you it's like they want you to feel at peace. It's like they want you to feel rested. Some of you haven't slept for a while, or like dreams have, or nighttime has been difficult. And if this resonates, you'll know that they've been with you during that. Some of you are like trying too hard though, or maybe this is for everyone here. It feels more like there's a sense of surrender, like allow yourself to rest, allow yourself. Some of you like put this to rest. Some of you it's like you feel like you can't move on, and there's a call to like feeling something about breath, like feeling them in your breath as opposed to needing to like clutch onto their memory. There's a little bit of a feeling of like breathe and like recognizing that like inward breath as all that you've experienced with them, and the outward breath as like an undoing of all of that. And it doesn't mean that with each new breath you won't re-experience it, or that you won't still have their memory, but it's a feeling of you being allowed to take a breath out. There's something about allowing yourself to nurture yourself in the way that would feel most alivening, most releasing for you. It's like the releasing of the trying. Because they're all right and you're allowed to be all right too. Yeah, that's a quite short reading, but I think that's it. So pile number 4, I'll leave you with that. I love you very much, and so do they. Even to those of you who think that they like, no way would they say something like that. I feel some of them like begrudgingly. There's like a stark contrast between these. It's like, even though some of them, like, they still hold somewhat of like a grudge, you'll know if this is yours. You'll be like 100%. If you're not 100%, then this is, you're of the other pile, of the other lot who are just so much love and like peace. But these lot who are like more begrudging, it's like they're here, they want you to, it's like they want you to be at peace yourself, even if they still hold like grudges. It's a feeling of like they have a spoon for you, but like, and even though they still haven't let go of some things that happened in the physical between you and them, it's like they're still handing you that spoon. It's like like, there you go. Maybe not with that tone of voice, but, or that phrase, there you go, but that feeling of like, no matter what happened or where they're personally at, it's like they still showed up. That's the feeling. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna pack away. Somebody's cat could be significant too. Felt like mentioning that. It's like I felt like mentioning that suddenly. Suddenly. Turquoise too. Turquoise jewellery. Or rounded jewellery. We have Scorpion and Bat coming through. Yeah, this is a lot of releasing. A lot of transition death energy. Oh my god, Snake just popped out. Why does that need to be confirmed though? Because that felt like it was obvious. For a couple of you, you were relating this to someone in particular. Maybe there was a honing in on that divine feminine, but it did not have to be a feminine energy. It felt more like that was speaking to, or at least part of it, it felt like it was speaking to like feminine energy being like not grounded, not physicalized. So some of you may want to re-listen or just remember as someone else. Okay, the letter K could be significant. Scorpion, Snake, and Bat. Some of them, they were at peace with you. I don't think they were even. It's more, well, okay, there's more of a sense. Okay, those of you here, it feels like, oh, that's not even true. I can see some of the really just peace-loving ones here too. Okay, I'm gonna be okay, let me just try and say stuff. Take it if it resonates. What was it? It was a feeling of even if they are not at peace with themselves, and thus they can't be at peace with you, I felt like it was more about you might not have peace with them. I think, yeah, there's a feeling here of, regardless of them, what about you? How do you feel about them? Because I feel like there might be some, like, what is that word? It's not necessarily regret. I think it's more forceful than regret. Things that you don't like, I guess, surrounding them, that you haven't let go of. I think it could have to do with a feeling of, I think it's just the feeling of losing them. Let's get some sacred, I don't want sacred geometry cards. What do I want though? The alchemy card popping out too. I'm not being called to process it with you like I often would. Maybe is that because you're feeling quite distant from this? I feel like some of you have shut off from feeling. It's like you feel like you're... Some of you, it's like, I finally got to a place where I'm okay. Don't make me go back into that feeling place. But I feel like it's not, you're not fully at peace. There's somewhat of like a discontentment that's still lingering. There's somewhat like of a light that you still haven't like gained back. Yeah, see, I feel more into feelings. Before it felt way too clean. It's like it was pretending to be clean. Like you were pretending to be okay when inside of you it still hurt. Or inside of you, you still wished that they weren't gone. And that you were holding back from feeling those emotions. It's okay to not be at peace. It's okay for it to hurt. Yeah, this is better. This feels... It feels like you can't fully feel like yourself, or like you have that light back. Your full light, the full you, when this part wasn't being acknowledged. I feel like you can feel them more now. Like you can feel, and you're being invited into this feeling of remember, of how much you do love them, or of the truth of how you do feel. I think desire could be helpful here. Like, what do you want? Like, what do you wish you could have? What do you wish you could have, even if you don't think there's any possibility of you having it? Or even if, like, the possibility is there for some of you, you know you wouldn't choose it. Like, if you could just be a baby right now, or a tiny child, and just complain, or just cry, just say all the things that come to your mind without needing to analyze or to think or say the right things. Like, just what would you say, just from your heart or from your body? What would your body say? What do you miss? Because it feels like that's you. It's still that you was never, oh, it's not that you didn't. Let me rephrase this. I'll just rephrase it to, this is you. And I feel like it feels good to feel. Because I think there's also a strong recognition you have that you don't have to be feeling. Like, you've already, I feel like, been through that part of, like, putting yourself, like, quote unquote, putting yourself together, like holding like a pristine, clean, I'm okay feeling all around. It's like you can numb yourself if you want, but I think that it feels good to let go, and it feels good to embrace more of your raw feelings, because that's all of you. Some of you feel them right there with you, and that wanted to be confirmed. And it's okay to really sink into that feeling. It's safe to. It's safe for you to process this loss, this pain, this desire. I feel like saying I know. I'm gonna stay here for a while in case some of you wanted confirmation that the video won't like end abruptly while you're processing. This is so much better than before. It's like, even though I'm like tearing up, even though I feel that you're in like more pain, it's not repressed pain anymore. It's like repressed pain is so much more painful than feeling the truth of how you're really feeling. I'm going to pull a few more cards. We have Willow. Willow feels very much like this energy. Hadarians. Ah. Unconditional everlasting love. Ah, the weeping willow. Lyra, which is just that energy of the heart. Just. Yeah, there could be a message of like not needing to narrow something down and to just simply feeling. And the moon, well, aren't they all so fitting? And circle, which just feels like source and connection to peace, and like everything is okay. They're okay and you are okay. And if you don't feel like you're okay, that's okay too. So really you are okay. Is that in view? It's not, but I'll move it up. Now it is. I don't feel like over-analyzing these. It just feels like such nurturing energy for what you're currently experiencing. I wonder if some of you, like, they used to chop fruit or chop food in a specific way, because I just started like imagining chopping this apple. It's like that brought me back to a certain feeling, or maybe like certain mannerisms they had are coming to mind, or maybe like things they'd give you. I'm wanting to say like somewhat of like a quaint or like something small, or something like an activity you do with them kind of thing. I also want to say if that doesn't apply, that's okay too. Actually, I'm wanting to open my window. I wonder if the wind will be a sound that's soothing for you. Oh no! My God! Too windy! Okay, I'll open the top window. There we go. Okay, one of my character cards flew off my table, so we'll use the character deck. I'll try to just reposition my tray, or just... We have Cecilia. I'm seeing her as like an old lady with the grey hair. Bobs, or like haircuts could be significant. Also like utensils. Then we have John, which just feels like he's waving. Waving from the it's like this is literally just feeling like they're waving from the other side, like from that purple. And this is like a little moon in the top right of this card too, which goes with the moon card here. Then we have Koro Sensei and Draluk, which is funny because Draluk is a vampire, and this is gonna go over bad. Let's reposition these a little bit. There could be something about repositioning, because I thought of that just before, but I didn't say it, and now it's coming up again. This is hilarious. Okay. I have things to say. Actually, I'm gonna close the window again though. But I do like that we heard the either, I don't know what they were, rooks or ravens, or carrion crows. I don't know that there are any carrion crows around here. I feel like there are. I don't know. Okay. So I'm seeing these as the two different ones that are here. So so this left one feels like the image of the like kind old lady feeling, just the like the really loving energy group, and then the you know, because I said there were like two like groups of them, like some of them were really at peace and some of them like had a grudge kind of thing. Well, the Cecilia here and John, it's like it's a really cute wave, and then and then even though it's like this is the more begrudging one, even though they hold that like seriousness to them, or like there's somewhat of like a disagreeing feeling, it's like they're still waving, and there's a moon on both of these cards, so it's like there's that love, there's that nurturing energy that both are having, that everyone is having for you. Your being, the one this is on about for you, is having. Both parties. I love that. And maybe there's something to be said about how Cecilia feels like a student, and then Koro Sensei feels like a teacher, because he is a teacher. And John over here is an armadillo. John is the little one. I can't think of the word, so I'm just gonna say the little one of Jarluk. Like these two, John and Jarluk, are both in the same manga anime. I'm not sure what that means, but it just does feel like there's a tether, like there's love throughout all of these. For some of you, I feel like this won't apply for many, but I'm not sure. There's a message of like they were both they were both ones you've lost, and they're together in spirit. Which is interesting that I'm saying, because I don't really know how the spirit realm works in the lower realms, in the like ghosts and like human afterlife, like a human like spirit who has not fully like the I don't really get that realm. Yeah, but I felt that message. There could be something about scars also, but a feeling of like the scars have healed or are healing, again with that message of healing. I want to end the reading on a sacred geometry card, Tantric Journey. Yeah, I feel like for this last message here, it's like they're in they, and that could be like multiple others outside of yourself, but this could also be yourself and their soul. It's like both parties here are together in spirit. That's what this feels like. Forever together. Okay. Much love to you, pile number 4. I kind of don't need to say anything about that. Interesting. Yeah, you might still have like wonderings of like do I need to do this? And there's a sense of like, again, that message from before, if you don't need to try, there's nothing you need to do, everything's okay. 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 Bye bye, pile number 4. See you in another.